I'd like to welcome everybody here to our meeting. We'll start by saying the Pledge of Allegiance, if you join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll start with amendments to the agenda. Does anybody have any amendments to the agenda that they would like?
Go ahead.
Commissioner Huxley?
Just for the record, it's October 3rd, 2018.
That's what I've got on mine.
For this Board of Commissioner meeting. And I would like to pull under consent calendar.
We're still on agenda.
Amendments.
Yeah. I would like to pull items D, 1, 4, and 5 for discussion.
1, 4, and 5. Okay, so we will put those right before E. How's that?
Okay.
Any other amendments to the agenda?
Madam Chair, that takes care of my consent calendar one I was going to pull out, which was number 4. I have several here I want to add to the agenda for consideration of the board. One is the building official, the hire for recent hire will be here October 8th, and I would like to have some discussion on that and the gathering of the facts. And I'd like to have board support on that. That's number 1.
I thought that decision was already made at the last meeting.
You know, you have been quite a budget hawk and you know, guardian of the Treasury. So if you if you trust me to challenge that we may not have all the facts, this official is going to cost us about $9,000 a month, I believe, and I think you would likely be interested in that. It goes way over $100,000 a year, maybe 110, 115, and I think we need to discuss it, Madam Chair. And I think we can do that amicably, and I think it's very important for the public to know.
Commissioner Huxley?
I will not support that.
Okay.
Because I think you need a consensus, so I assume that's what you're going to.
Right.
I did send in an agenda routing slip, and that was refused arbitrarily by County Administrator Schroeder, and so that's why I'm happy to bring it up now. And it was in on time, too. So you know it's a concern of mine. You know it's a concern for our employees. You know it's important to me, and I thought to you to get it out before the public. And so I don't think it'll be a long discussion, but I think we need to collect some facts on this, and so that's why I bring it before the board now as an added addition to the agenda.
Council Huddle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think your comment was accurate. This was decided. It was also deliberated in exec session that we generally don't discuss publicly, but also the general rules, and we haven't adopted Robert's Rules of Order, but the general rules are to reconsider an item that's been decided. Typically, someone who voted in the majority on the decision has to bring up a reconsideration, and in this case, I think Commissioner Boyce was not in the majority, and therefore a Robert's Rules related approach would not allow reconsideration. So that's just, but it's really a board discretion item whether you want to revisit it or not.
So when did we vote on this? And I'm not sure if I recall what we voted on. This was administrator hire, and in fact I was challenged at on what authority do I have any input on this decision. So obviously there's some confusion here, and that would justify, in my view, simple discussion, dialogue, perhaps even debate.
This happened at the last regular meeting. We went into executive session, and then we came out and voted on it.
And Commissioner Gold, you knew I was uncomfortable with us going into executive session, that we had an obligation to talk to the public, and how would you interpret that if you were part of the public, in the interest of open dialogue and transparency? And I still don't have my question answered as far as when did I vote on this? What did I vote on?
Whether to hire the new building inspector.
No.
No, the decision at the board level for department heads is only the only decision they have to make. Sorry, I don't have my mic.
If I may, the decision, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the only decision the board had input on was the salary, if I was requesting to go above the normal salary scale on it. I will say that if your salary scale had been adjusted with cost of living raises every year since 2014, it would have been within the range. But your salary scale for non-represented staff has not changed. And so therefore it was that way. So the only decision the board made was not the hiring. The only decision the board made was to authorize going above the salary range for the person. And we've made that decision already. His first day is Monday, so we're not revisiting that issue.
So I am correct, though, that you made the hire, and I've got a reference here. I have hired a new building official. This is from you on September 16th.
Yes, yep.
And as you know, if I may read just a couple sentences, or Madam Chair, do you want to put this on the agenda and talk about it later?
No, I prefer not to.
Okay, then I'm going to read it now. Thank you. As you
But
know,
excuse me.
We're not discussing it.
yeah, we're not discussing it. I wonder.
Was there any other agenda amendments?
Oh,
that
I'm
you
just
had?
getting warmed up, if you don't mind. I appreciate the respect here. So clarify for me why we will not, if you would, Madam Chair, would appreciate it if you clarify for me why we're not going to hear this.
Because the decision was already made, number one, to go into executive session to talk about personnel matters. That was made. And then the decision outside of executive session was to determine whether the new hire could go outside the salary range. And not only that, the administrator has the authority to hire that individual. It's not up to us.
Go team, go. Okay, second one, if I may, is on the travel. Not too long ago, Madam Chair, you challenged me that I should prioritize my travel, and I offered you substantial documentation on how I spend that time. I think you know down deep that I travel incredibly efficient and try and manage that very well, spending a lot of my own money. And so for the last 3 months or 4 months, whatever until we have the 3 issues settled, which the 2 are, number 1, well, I'd like to have this on the agenda if we could. Is that something you might consider?
What specifically do you want on the agenda?
Well, I want to be able to travel, and I don't want to pay out of my own pocket anymore.
Well,
and
all
I'd
you
like
have to
your
do
support.
is turn in the paperwork and we'll take care of it.
Okay. So meanwhile, I have a citation for $440, and I have a small claims deal where I have to go out and spend the money on a lawyer. And so if that's your, for the board to be able to reclaim $5,200, whatever it is. So is it your decision then that as we get close to the $1,000 on the restricted funds that I should just keep paying out of my own pocket? I want to know if I have your support to travel and if I have your trust to do it wisely and efficiently.
Commissioner Huxley?
As a point of order, these are for agenda amendments. So we
Right.
are succinct. Somebody wants to propose an amendment, we get consensus, we put it on. If there's no consensus, we don't. We don't need to go on to pontificate for 5 or 10 or 15 minutes.
I certainly wouldn't be concerned that I have your support on travel then, Mr. Huxley. Is that fair to say? Go ahead. Administrator Schroeder.
I would say this discussion point will come up. One of the things on the agenda is approving and discussing new commissioner travel to the AOC conference in November. There is a budget. I think it'd be appropriate, Commissioner Boyce, to discuss that at that point because we'll be discussing the budget and the global budget for commissioner travel. So
Okay.
we're already being discussed this.
Okay, if we could maybe dovetail it in there, that might be very helpful. Thank you. Number 3, Madam Chair, is attorney funds. I don't know where we are on that. I think we've spent somewhere around $25,000. Somebody needs to clarify that, so that needs to be an agenda item. We are $1,000 over that budget for Attorney Bischoff, apparently, according to my emails, and so I think that needs to be clarified, as well as, you want to do it now?
Sorry, it's one point at a time, but I would think, Commissioner Boyce, that we will be addressing this with the Budget Committee on October 31st, because we'll be going line by line, if not line by line, at least department by department, and going through what we need, and do we need to make budget amendments at that time?
So meanwhile, we know we're 1,000 to 2,000 over. We're just going to keep deficit spending. That's what it appears to me. Is that fair to say? And I still don't know for the attorney, the Portland firm apparently that we've hired, yes, Portland, to collect the $5,500 from my excess travel, apparently, we don't even know what we're paying them yet. Is that fair to say? I mean,
Well,
I don't know.
They haven't done any work, and law firms typically bill at the end of the month. So I would expect to see a bill within the next couple of weeks from them for September if there was nominal work.
Okay, Madam Chair, just one quick question. I can let that one go.
Okay, good.
So did we budget 5,000 for that? I think in the beginning. I'm not sure.
If I
Or is
remember
that-
correctly, Louise had told me that there was in the commissioner's budget, there was like $5,000 of discretionary professional service, and then there was legal fees of $25,000, or was it $20,000 plus the 5? We would have to look it up.
It's amazing. It's astonishing to me that we don't know.
Well,
We're just going to keep
how about
spending.
this? Let's
so.
talk about it at the budget meeting. I think that would be a more
So we're
appropriate
going to put it off
place.
3 weeks. Thank you. Number 4 is department managed meetings. I'll be ready to make a
And that's on the
presentation
agenda
then.
already.
And then I'd like to have, well, yes, thank you. You are correct on that. The last one, appreciate it, security for this building. We have some issues there, and I don't think I want to postpone it till another week or two. And so if we could have a discussion on that, Madam Chair, we did in April of 2017. I'd like to open the door on that and have your
So you want an
support,
update on where the security is on the building? Is that
if
what
we
you're
could just
saying?
have a discussion and might start the process for getting a plan together, I think it'd be very wise. That's all I have on that. Thank you. So do you
Do
need
you have an
a motion
update on that?
I have not even researched. I've heard.
I can give you an update.
I've heard about a proposal for security cameras at some point. I've not done any research. I've not done any review on it or read anything about it. So.
How about this? Could you put it in your commissioner report?
Oh,
then-
yes, if you, yeah,
Okay,
I appreciate that.
because you can put anything you want in your commissioner report, actually, so. Okay, moving on. Any other amendments to the agenda? Okay, so do I have a motion to have the agenda as amended approved?
So move, Madam Chair.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Call for the question?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, moving on, public comments. Mary Rowe.
I am Mary Rowe. The number of homeless people in Curry County is increasing. The number of available rentals that low-income people qualify for has decreased. Due to vacation rentals, a recent influx of people into our county, and escalating rents that people cannot pay on their own and do not fall within the range of what the Housing Authority will issue housing choice vouchers for. And at the same time, when only about 15% of voucher recipients can utilize them, partially due to the difficulty of the process, the number of Housing Authority caseworkers has been reduced. At the same time, our safety nets have diminished alarmingly. Month-to-month motel rates in Brookings average about $10.50, and in Gold Beach are now up to $800 a month. The Outreach Gospel Mission has closed, and we no longer have other shelter for the homeless, not even an extreme weather shelter. Rates at the state parks are escalating. One can only stay in the national forest for 2 weeks, and one of the 2 shelters in nearby Coos County recently closed. St. Timothy's Day Services in Brookings cannot be expected to take care of all of the homeless in Curry County, and there is no way for many homeless people to get there, nor is South County a safe place for them to sleep outside anymore. We are badly lacking services to our homeless in Central and North County. In Gold Beach, there are no public showers available to the homeless. People need showers for their health, their self-esteem, to be able to interact with others, to find jobs and housing, and for the health of the community. I'm here to ask if the showers at the fairgrounds could be used for the next year to shower the homeless after the firefighters leave the fairgrounds. Perhaps twice a week, overseen by organizations that work with the homeless, to ensure that the showers are left in good shape. Jerry Lynn Thompson, who is on the fair board, has agreed to present that to the board. Given that it is a county property, an endorsement from any of you would help. I hope that Gold Beach's substantial contribution to our county fairgrounds will influence your desire to help Gold Beach in this way. Perhaps giving part of a county transient lodging tax to the fairgrounds would help to make the use of their showers by the homeless possible after you help to create such a tax. Perhaps you're leveraging Brookings to give a tiny portion of their transient lodging tax to the fairgrounds, given that they want help from the county to have a health facility, would also help the fairgrounds to provide showers to the homeless. The fairgrounds helped Brookings during the Chetco Bar fire.
And the Klondike.
Okay, thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda
Chair, I'd motion
as
to approve
amended?
the consent agenda, which will include items D2, D3, and D6.
Could I get a second on that?
Second, Madam Chair. Sorry.
Okay, call for the question?
Aye.
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 Okay, now we took some items out of the consent agenda. The first one was D1, appoint citizens review task force members. Commissioner Huxley, you were the one that asked for that. I know there's been another application to this Citizens Revenue Task Force, or I don't know who. Commissioner Huxley, you asked for that to be out.
Yeah,
so.
I went through what was proposed this time. I went through what occurred in prior meetings, and I questioned, even on the press release, the press release on December of 2017 had in bold letters, the Board of Commissioners seeking board community representation, including small business owners. That was emphasized, especially those that are in the food service and or tourism related, and it went on retirees, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There were no applications submitted. It was addressed in January 3rd of 2018 on the agenda item on the Revenue Task Force.
I think some were submitted as early as October.
Then it went on September 5th, and now we're at this meeting on October 3rd. Of course, it's been revised. But that's been removed. So basically, because there has been little interest over a year now, we're reducing it to anyone who wants to say anything on it, is going to partake. Now, are we going to have 6 members or 7 members? And what are we hoping to get out of this at this point? And is the goal, if the recommendation is to put something, this is the most important question I have, is at this point the objective that if this task force of 5 or 6 or 7 recommends that the county put 1 or more ballot measures before the public for increased taxes, that the board will do that. And I say that because I've always, for years, and still am of the opinion that you need a citizens initiative, not legally, but that's the way to gain the momentum and the support to put something like that before the voters. Are we going to do ultimately the same thing that we've done for the last 15 years?
What, you mean put things on the ballot and then they don't pass? Is that what
Put
you're...
things on the ballot that 5 or 6, or just a board of 3 commissioners, or 4 or 5 or 6 people have recommended, and then whatever they recommend,
Quite
put it
frankly, I
before
think
the
the only
voters.
thing that could get on the ballot, and this is my own opinion, is something that all 3 commissioners support and are willing to get out there and advocate for. That's
in lieu
my
of
opinion.
a citizen initiative.
What?
In lieu of a citizen initiative.
It would be great to have a citizens referendum, but getting that to happen is kind of hard.
Okay,
Commissioner Boyce?
thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, what you just said, I think, just helped in a positive way, move the process forward. I would disagree with you slightly in one area, that if we want to get it on the ballot, on the assumption we have a good plan before the voters, because we vote in favor of getting it to the ballot, doesn't mean we necessarily support the plan. We would have plenty of time, I think you would agree, to verbalize or communicate through town halls or whatever. But the option is to let the people decide in this case. Otherwise, it is so much easier for us to get it on the ballot, the board, than to have it go through the citizens initiative, and I think that would take substantial more time. Anyway, I've talked enough on that, but I do agree, and I do see that as positive, what you just communicated there.
Council Huddle?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So looking at the AGRS and the order on this, the order has blanks. If you look on page 2 of this agenda item, it's got a list of applicants. The motion on the AGRS is suggested to move to approve applicants for Citizen Revenue Tax Force. But then the order has blanks in front as if there was going to be, I think, some indication, check marks or something. But my reading of both of these items together means it's to approve 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different people to the Citizen Revenue Task Force: Catherine Wiley, Roxanne Haynes, Emily Rumiano, Carl King, Bill Ostrowski, and Ron Crook. So that's my understanding of the motion, is to basically approve the slate. And so that would be the actual item for the board to talk about.
That was my understanding also. Administrator?
So to answer Commissioner Huxley's question, how many are there? I had JJ go back and review just like you did. There wasn't a definitive order that said exactly how many members. In JJ's research, he had said it would be a minimum of 5. The discussion was 5 to 7. There never was a definitive number. The reason we left the blank line, we had an individual who came in on the office on Thursday and wanted to apply, so we held that spot open, but he did not send the application in, to my knowledge. So that's why we left the spot open for that. My goal on this is I agree. I think the citizens need to have a citizens-led initiative, if not by referendum and signatures, at least have this group morph into a larger group of citizens that can help with the county issue. I think one of the most important issues that I would deal with helping out this committee is, one, what is the scope of the problem? And, what is the need? So I think one of the things I would work with the department heads is saying, what are we lacking that would improve the quality of life for Curry County residents? Because obviously just getting money to get money is pointless. No one's going to support that. And so I think defining the problem and then defining the outcome is the first avenue of this group. And then after that, then say, how do you fill that need? And then decide where you're going to go with that.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Boyce?
I'll make a motion that we approve the 6 names as Council Huddle just identified there, and if I could amend that to leave it open for as many people who want to participate. I would send a note and a message out to the public today to encourage them. We're not expecting them to work miracles, but we, I think, need to offer gratitude that they're willing. These 6 people, 7 or 8, are willing to step in and tackle this, and there's some very qualified people. In fact, I can't think of any that aren't very qualified. So that's the message I would like. That's too long a motion, my apologies, but I'd move that we just approve this group and leave the application process open for additional applicants.
Let's discuss that just a little bit. Commissioner Huxley?
I don't think you should leave it open. Anybody that wants to participate has that opportunity to attend as members of the public. It's a public meeting.
Oh, yeah,
to discuss
and they
it
could give input.
In open public input, correct.
Yeah. So Do you want to amend that motion just to approve the 6 that are here? Other people certainly can attend the meeting because it's a public meeting.
No, I don't want to amend it. I want to encourage official applicants to come in, and I want to, my preference, Madam Chair, would be to offer them credibility and appreciation by asking them to go through the process. And Mr. Huxley's recommendation, certainly the public would be available to participate, but we need a clear identification of who are the responsible people on that task force committee.
Well, and I think we've got that at this point. So,
Do we have a second?
do we have a second for his motion? Okay, hearing none, the motion fails. Do we have any other motions to approve the 6 people that are currently on the committee? I would make that motion, but I don't know whether I'll get a second. I would make the motion to approve the 6 people that applied in the time limit that was given.
I'll second it for discussion purposes, Chair.
Okay, discussion? Administrator Schroeder?
I don't think I would support and recommend that motion. The reason being, you could always, if an applicant comes forward, they could be considered at a future meeting. This is not a zero-sum game. So I think you could certainly.
Not set in stone.
Yes. So I don't think you're limiting the group if somebody has a sincere interest.
Well, and I think at this point, we've got our applicants. Let's move forward. Commissioner Huxley?
Just had a question. Okay, just so we get it on the record here, I think the timeline, it's very, what was the
Is this
the
part of
end
another
date
motion?
in the, no, this is just
Discussion.
This is discussion. Okay. For Administrator Schroeder, it was what, to recommend 5 meetings, or was that in one of the prior recommendations or the prior meetings? What's the end date that this is expected from a timeline that they expect to end the meetings?
I did not have a.
Okay, I guess that was
Yeah.
in some prior discussions and prior documentation, so there is none. So, nor is there a limit on the number of meetings?
That's correct.
Okay.
Any other
Madam Chair.
discussion? Commissioner Boyce?
Here we are almost 2 years later. Twice I've failed to get the board to come together, and I don't feel like we're really getting synchronized up here on this one either. So it's additional disappointment, it's additional delay, and we're even discussing if we have a revenue problem. That's the way I interpreted this dialogue the last little bit here. So just offering that as clarification. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and a second.
Can we repeat the motion, please?
The motion is to approve the members that applied, the 6 members that applied for the Revenue Task Force.
I'll second.
Okay, I think there was already a second.
Excuse me.
We're ready to vote on this. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 After all that, everybody was, okay, good. Okay, second thing to bring out of the consent calendar was the order approving the SEIU agreement amendment. And that was item D4.
The only reason that I requested that be removed was because I will vote no on that, and I did not want to vote no on the 3 items that I voted to
Okay.
approve.
Any discussion on that item, further discussion? So do we have a motion to approve the SEIU agreement amendment? Commissioner Boyce?
I'm just interested in, maybe it's been stated many times before, Commissioner Huxley's objections to this. I'd like to hear, after all the work's been done on this.
Well, actually, didn't we deliberate these in exec session, and so we just vote on this?
Yes. Commissioner Huxley?
No, I was going to say basically the same thing. We're not here to, again, pontificate on and on. We're here to run down the agenda.
Mm-hmm.
motion, second, approve, or motion, second, and not approve these items.
Commissioner Huxley, if I may, that's an insult, because if somebody has an opinion, they're pontificating, and that just shocks me with.
Okay, so do we have a
Patience,
motion to
you-
approve the
goodness,
SEIU
goodness,
agreement
goodness.
amendment? If not, I'll make that motion, that we approve the SEIU agreement amendment. Do we have a second?
Second, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, do we have any further discussion? Okay, call for the question.
Aye.
Aye.
No?
Okay, moving on, intergovernmental agreement for Medicaid administrative claiming. Oops, I did the wrong one. Or did I? No. Okay, so that would be D5.
Correct.
Intergovernmental agreement for Medicaid administrative claiming, MAC.
My question on that, and I don't know, okay, someone's here that could answer that question. It was just for the amount. This is not renewal, but it's I guess, updating an annual contract that Curry Community Health administers for Medicaid recipients. If that's a fair, brief summation. What is the magnitude of the contract in dollars? I know on page 32 it gave a couple of scenarios for audits. One was if something is less than $750,000, you go down this path. If it's greater than $750,000, you go down that path. What has the amount been, or what was it approximately the last year or the year before?
It is
Okay, so do you want to state your name so we have it on the record?
Yes.
Thanks, Ben.
Ben Cannon, Public Health Administrator. It is a reimbursement model, so it's not a contract that we get that money up front. We claim
Understood.
the money based on time of support staff in helping people, support them in enrolling in Medicaid or finding services or whatnot. So, and it's a minimal amount. We're talking several thousand to $10,000 a year. It's minimal amount that we claim.
Okay, so it does not track, or it tracks, but it does not include the actual amounts provided.
Correct.
Even though that's referred to in the contract
Yeah,
or in this
it's
agreement.
up to those amounts that, so in larger counties where they have
Okay.
a lot more staff, they're claiming a lot more time.
Okay,
And
okay.
they get reimbursed for that
Okay,
time.
thank you. That was my question.
Okay, any other discussion on this item?
Did you win the $5,000 Saturday?
I didn't win, no.
Curry Community Health did a great job, and thanks for your contribution on that,
Thank you.
Mr. Cannon.
Okay, so do we have a motion to approve 157344-0IGA intergovernmental agreement for Medicaid administrative claiming?
Chair, I would move to approve the motion as you read.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Call for the question.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Presentations, new hire presentation, Julie Swift. Is she around?
Julie's not here, so, well, she's in the office, but if there's any questions, she can come in, but otherwise, if it's just, information is presented in your packet, and it was just for approval.
Okay. So do we have a motion to approve the new hires that were presented in your packet?
This is,
Chair, I'd motion to, oh, I'm sorry.
my apologies. I thought this was just a presentation. Is this something we need to vote on?
I guess we don't need to vote on it. Sorry.
No, you're right.
It is good work, by the way.
Yeah, you're right. There is not a motion here to
Okay, it
approve
was just
It's just
informational
for
only.
information only, which is
Okay.
why we put it underneath the presentation, so.
Okay. Good enough. Next we have.
Good call on that, Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Jeremy Dumeyer, and he's going to speak about integrated public alert and warning system.
Oh, no.
I won't give the acronym.
iPause?
Yeah.
Good morning, Jeremy Dumeyer, Curry County Emergency Services Coordinator. So when I came before the board last time, it was about the iPause and the WEO, the Integrated Public Alert Warning System, and the Wireless Emergency Alert System. Originally, the wireless emergency alerts and the iPause were to be conducted as a test on the 20th of September. Unfortunately, there was a hurricane on the East Coast, so that emergency trumped a test. So today, while you guys are most likely still in session, your cell phones will probably go off. as the wireless emergency alert will be tested at 11:18 this morning. That test sounds much like an Amber Alert if you've ever received one of those. It's very loud, it will get your attention, and it's not to cause any sort of panic. It's just a test to see what the capacity is of the federal government to get a hold of the nationwide cell phone users that are able to receive these alerts.
So I have a question. If their cell phone's off, are we still going to get the noise?
If the cell phone is silent, you'll still get the noise.
Okay.
It's on vibrate, you still get it.
we're
So
getting
those
ready
that have
for it.
cell phones in the room, it's going to be quite a cacophony of sound.
Okay.
So just an update on that. That I mentioned it is at 11:18. That may be delayed due to bandwidth because again they are testing the nationwide wireless system. So it might be a little bit delayed.
Excuse me, is that,
Yeah.
but is that Eastern time, Pacific?
Our time.
Our time, okay.
Correct.
So Big Brother knows where you are.
Not just at
Well.
11:18 though.
Well, just saying.
So that was the update on that. The other one I brought before the board is a notification of intent to participate in the Great Oregon Shakeout. On the 18th of October at 10:18 a.m., the Shakeout event will take place, and we have the opportunity to sign participation in this. Now we do that by going online to shakeout.org/Oregon and registering as a county that we intend to participate, that we're going to do the drop, cover, and hold drill, and that we might do some other things as well. Individuals and families can also do this. Businesses, they can go onto that website and sign up and get some great information about earthquake preparedness. Of course, we live in a very seismically active area.
So what's the website again?
It is shakeout.org/Oregon. Yes, shakeout is one word.
All small letters?
You can type it in all small, it works.
Okay.
They have it printed out differently. So again, that'll be at 10:18 a.m. on the 18th of this month. And that's a great opportunity for everyone to participate in the drop, cover, and hold. And then, of course, since we're on the coast, evacuate, evacuate, evacuate. Whether or not you actually do evacuate a building, as long as you talk about the plan, decide on the best options, and know what your evacuation routes will be, that is at least a start.
So do we have a plan for the county complex?
I believe Mr. Huddle actually knows quite a bit about that.
Thank you. Yes, and so our safety committee in coordination with the emergency management coordinator, we run a drill and we actually do an evacuation. And so what we have on the safety committee, we have 6 members. We are assigned different areas of the county campus, as it were, and each safety committee member has a clipboard. We actually time the evacuation, and we make sure after the folks have evacuated, we check to make sure nobody's in any, closed rooms or anything. And then we meet at what I'll call the old library parking lot. So we do have a route. We do practice it. We practice it once a year in coordination with the shakeout. So anyway, we that's what we do.
Okay, good to know. Commissioner Boyce?
Did we do it a year ago and it started raining? We were out there for 20 minutes.
We did it in the rain last
Yeah.
year. Yep.
Unfortunately, disasters tend to happen in the worst of times.
Mhm.
The other thing, too, I just want to bring to your attention, there's a couple of events coming up. So this Saturday from 1 to 4 at the library here in Gold Beach, there is a emergency preparedness fair that is being hosted by the Rotary. The next Saturday, the 13th,
Can you say what time that starts?
from 1 to 4,
Thank you.
And where is that?
the library here in Gold
Oh,
Beach.
library, okay.
The next Saturday, the 13th, there's also an emergency preparedness fair in Brookings at the Kalmiopsis School. That is from 1 to 5, and that is being hosted by my department and Wild Rivers Connect.
Okay.
So it'd be great to see you there. The one in Brookings, I will say we have some pretty good speakers coming too. We have Lori Dangler, professor from Humboldt State University in the geologic department, to talk about seismic instability in our region. We have representatives from NOAA, from the Medford office, course, I'll be there speaking as well.
And
So-
that's at Calmeopsis?
Correct. That's at the K School in the cafeteria.
Okay.
Yes.
Hey, Jeremy, if you want to send me that information, I can put it on the main county website. I know you probably have it on your tab, but I could put it either on community information or on the news itself.
Will do.
Thank you.
That'd be good. Okay. Commissioner Boyce?
The alert warning, did I understand correctly, that's where the president can just touch a button and everybody gets a text, and it has to do with the mess up in Hawaii, what, 6 months ago or whatever? That's kind of what...
Not necessarily. So yes, it's for the federal government to be able to communicate with the residents. We get those alerts, such as a tsunami alert. Excuse me. Those tend to be localized. So of course, if there's a tsunami, distant tsunami coming at us from Alaska or Japan, a WIA alert would be sent to the West Coast areas that would be affected by that. There's never been a nationwide test of this system. And from what I've researched on this through FEMA's website, this is to test the bandwidth capabilities. That if we had an all-nation event that endangered the citizenry, that they would be able to communicate that through the wireless alerts. So it's not for the president to necessarily be able to get out the vote, if you will.
Well said.
All right,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Let's see. Amendment to Public Service District Assistance Ordinance, Article 7, Division 1, adding road funds to lending source. Council Huddle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and you have in your packet under this agenda item 10, you've got some materials. Trying to see if I pull this up. Essentially, this is, I don't want to say the culmination. This is sort of, we're pretty close. This is the light at the end of the tunnel, perhaps, near the end of the process to develop a road fund loan policy, and this is actually an ordinance. And I was tasked with researching this, and I found that we had an existing ordinance already under our codified ordinances from, I think, 96, that had special district assistance. And on page, looks like 11 of your packet on this item, I have a PowerPoint. I'd like to just start with the PowerPoint. My goal today is to give information to the board, not to have the board make any decision. But if the board has more questions, I'm probably looking for direction to bring this back for a first reading. This would be an ordinance amendment, and the first reading would be the next meeting, which is October 17. But starting on page 11, and again, so this is called an amendment to the Article 7, and it would add road fund loans to the Public Service District Assistance Ordinance that we already have. So we have an existing ordinance. It allows the county to lend funds to public service districts. Recently in 2017, HB 3435 allows county to lend road funds, and road funds are defined, and we'll get into that in a little bit, to taxing districts and other counties. So the prior ordinance, the existing ordinance, calls these things public service districts. The statute that was just adopted last year calls them taxing districts. So the proposed ordinance would amend, one of the first amendments would be to add the road funds to the lending source. So we already had a lending source for these loans, and then change public service district to taxing district. Those are two of the big pieces of the ordinance. And then under the existing ordinance, the county had never loaned any funds at all for 20 years. We had no application forms, we had no loan agreements, no record of payment, receipt and tracking, and no enforcement examples. So we were really, even though we had a document on the books for a long time, we had no real help. So I looked at some other sources in state law, and I found that there's a statute that the Oregon Military Department, which is also the Office of Emergency Management, I think, they can make local disaster loans. So I reached out to them and asked them for examples of their loan applications and their lending agreements, and the response I received from the Department of Administrative Services is that they had never given a loan under that statutory scheme either. So I still didn't have a lot of help, or we were sort of starting from scratch. We did have some resources. The resources then that, sure.
Did you do this 21 pages?
Yeah.
You did all that work? That's amazing.
Well, I had some sources here, but anyway, so the board, thank you. The board has policy regarding fund management. We already have a policy regarding fund management, and there are 4 factors that you usually look at for fund management. This is our investment policy, and there's some supporting materials in here from I want to say a 2017 May presentation where our county treasurer also brought another treasurer with her, and maybe it was a investment pool people, and they presented the 4 things you look at when you're investing. Is the investment legal? Is it safe? And so here we have, some collateral requirements, a limit or cap on the funds to any borrower, a limit or cap on road funds to a district loan fund, and we'll talk about that. Is it liquidity? And so term of years, maybe make progress payments, in other words, hold some of the funds to ourselves and just dole it out when things are done. And then a non-appropriations clause, and that means that we would have an ability to not loan if it didn't get budgeted. There's some issues there with contracting obligations and things and bonding, but the next thing would be the yield, and they say the yield is the last thing you look at on these materials. That's the interest rate, and again, it just says the board has many options, and the board does, but the yield is the least of your focus. Legality, safety, liquidity are what these materials for investing say. And the reason we're bringing that up, even though this is a loan, there's some parallels to it being considered as an investment, because essentially we would be taking money out of the investment pool. It's an alternative to investing, alternative way to make a return on your money. So the existing ordinance, again, it said we can do a county service district and change it to a taxing district. This is consistent with the House bill, and it's codified at ORS 368-709. I looked into both the definition of county service district. We listed them in our ordinance. They also are called special districts in the statute, and I tried to find a definition of either of these terms, and they weren't very much defined. We had given examples to show what county service districts are. So what I proposed, and I couldn't really find a statutory definition of taxing district either, so we have created our definition of a taxing district, and it would be the ability to receive taxes on real property within the boundaries of the district. So and any district who's making an application would have to show that they have that ability to qualify for a loan. So then the last application process, and what I'm doing here, I'm starting with the PowerPoint that start on page 11, but then we'll go to the ordinance changes, and I've done the protocols to show crossouts and underlines for deletions and additions. But the old application process was they would file with the county board, and there was no application fee. Again, besides just doing this kind of work, doing an application fee would to have staff time, and then our application process and decisional process had a posting of publication and notice in a newspaper and those kind of things, and that costs money for legal ads. So we're asking applicants to pay a fee to cover staff time and publication costs. These are proposed. The board, and again, just looking for the board to think about it today, maybe come back with comments, and if the board wants a second workshop, we can go probably continue this matter to the 10th. I just want the board to efficiently use its time. This is a lot of information for the board to consider all at once. So then the application information. When I said we didn't have a lot to go on, there are some sources. The House bill said that the applicants would show their estimated tax income and then their estimated debt service. So those would be 2 factors. These factors were not included in the application that existed in the old ordinance. And so we added these, and then we added some other factors from other state lending examples. And those other lending examples are in the volume of materials that you received on this as well, from the Oregon Infrastructure Finance Authority, sometimes called BizOrg, and it looks like they use a outsource on some of their lending for projects. Some of those loans are to businesses, some of those loans are to nonprofits and other government entities. I borrowed from some of the factors on those. What other changes there would be? So we formalized a staff review and recommendation. We added this element. So the county administrator, county accountant, county treasurer, and county legal counsel would review the application for the criteria, and we'll get into some of those in the ordinance, which is earlier in your materials. Changes to the ordinance are we would give, there already was a notice of denial if people were denied in the prior ordinance. We added a time limit, so we'd give them a notice within X number of time, and then also that the notice would be by mail. It just said we would notify them. It left it open as to how to do that. So we basically, I'll say, tightened up the ordinance. We added a remedy section. We allow anyone who has not paid to have a 30-day opportunity to cure. And then one of the remedies, because the state law does say that the county shall loan by intergovernmental agreement with these taxing districts, and that the county will put in elements to make sure the county funds are secure. The idea here with the taxing districts is my understanding of the mechanism is that we receive the tax payments and then we distribute those out to the districts. I borrowed this concept that we could then, if a district owed us, back payments on a loan, and we had some tax funds to give to them, we could, withhold those tax funds as, offset for the loans that they owed us.
Could I just insert something here?
Sure.
I think we would have to look at the amount of money that each taxing district is getting through taxes, and because I was looking at that the other day, and some of the districts are receiving very little.
Sure, I agree with you, and up on this with the application information, they would show us what their estimated tax revenues would be.
Mm-hmm.
That would help us figure out how much to loan. And then they would also have to show us what their estimated debt service is. I think with these two figures, it's kind of like an income and expense statement there to show
Mm-hmm.
us what kind of money they would have left over to pay us. So yeah, I agree with you. And we would then calculate the loan and the payments to make sure we would at least be having them have an ability to pay. But sorry, Commissioner Boyce.
Oh, thank you. Just the security was based on 20 years, so it was really solid through the bill, through 34, 35. That was part of the whole, the main guarantee of that security.
We'll talk about that. That's going to be one of the questions for the
Okay.
board to consider, the time limit on the loans. Then the other part we would consider is how much of our road funds, and road funds is defined as road funds from federal sources. That's right out of the statute. I believe the state law limits what you can do with road funds that are paid and sourced by state gas tax revenues. But we have, and I'll just use a word or an amount, roughly 27 million, I think, in the non-state road funds.
Could I just ask one question
Sure.
at this point?
Mm-hmm.
Because that was one of my big concerns.
Mhm.
Has the federal government okayed Oregon State to loan out their federal road funds?
I don't have any document to that effect.
I could think maybe the state would have that authority, but I don't think the state would have authority to say, hey, you can use your federal road funds for taxing districts. I
Mhm.
don't know, but I'm
Well,
just saying.
I would follow up with the representative and ask if legislative council gave an opinion on that, or that would have been I guess something to cover at the state legislative process.
Commissioner Boyce?
Before the bill, as soon as the bill was get out of hearing, it wouldn't have got anywhere unless it got through legal counsel. So the state would be in a pretty secure position here to even get it to the committee, out of committee, and to the vote. So I don't think, I understand your apprehension there, but I don't think that's an issue at all.
I think I'd want to be darn sure that that was the case before I moved on.
Well, I can ask
Right to legal counsel.
I can ask the state representative for any legislative council opinion on that. But one of the alternatives would, again, there's a, what the old ordinance did was it set up a separate fund to loan out of. So the loans wouldn't be coming directly from the road fund or from any other particular fund, the general fund. And we'll get into the mechanism for how this fund is established, and it's established through the budget process. But one of the things, and maybe the board would direct in the ordinance, if there's a percentage of the road fund that it wanted to make available, or a dollar cap. In other words, what part of our road fund loans would we want to put in this mechanism for lending?
Or even a combination thereof.
Yeah. So then what stays the same? The statute allows us to lend to taxing districts within the county or even other counties. The prior ordinance only had us loaning to public service districts within the county. So I did not change from that. I didn't allow us to do the full scope of the statutory authority. This was trying to stay within the policy that previously this county had established. And then what also stays the same is a public hearing was required under the prior ordinance before a board would give a loan. And what we've done here is we've added clearer notification requirements. And then if you recall, there was the staff review of applications. That staff review would include then a written report with recommendations for publication and discussion at the public hearing. So what are the sources of this PowerPoint and the changes that I made in the code? The first start was we already have Article 7 in our code, which authorized us to loan to service districts. The 2017 House bill authorized county loans of road funds. Then investing in public funds, we had two documents. The Curry County Treasurer did a May 31, 2017 PowerPoint. It talked about these, you want to make sure your investing is legal, safe, liquid, and then the yield is the last thing you think about. And then we also have our own county investment policy, last updated March 31st, 2011. And it mirrors some of these other ideas. You obey the laws, you protect your funds, have a liquid investment, diverse risk, and then a rate. Some other sources continued. Again, the State Military Department, I looked at their local disaster loan program. The response I got was there was really no guidance available. So then I went into Infrastructure Finance Authority, small business loans, not-profit loans, and then the application examples give underwriting clues. And then somehow the PowerPoint was repeated in the materials. But now I'd like to walk you through then the ordinance itself and the changes. And all the protocols I used for the changes was a strikeout was eliminating language, and then the underline and italicized was the language that would change. So this is, again, Article 7 in our ordinance had all these things here. So this just says, you know, the old purpose was to allow the county to provide assistance to public service districts. We just changed that to taxing districts to comply with the new law, and through the lending of funds, thereby promoting. So we already allowed ourselves to loan funds to other folks in the county. And then what the purpose is, so I added, and to include allowed funds, federally sourced road funds as authorized by the House bill. So I specifically called out, added the purpose statement that the purpose of this ordinance was also to allow us to do that. And road funds is defined in the House bill as monies from federal sources in the county road fund. And for us, that's called something like our road capital improvement fund or something. And that's where the fund of 27 million is. And then again, we've just changed from public service district to taxing district. And then we gave a definition. And it's any governmental unit in Curry County that has the right to receive ad valorem real property taxes. So they have to be able to tax real property. And then the real property taxes are what we distribute out. And if you look, the old ordinance had a list of just districts: people utility district, water district, cemetery districts. This list looks very similar to the list of special districts under the statute. I didn't know what a public service district was or how we came to get these, but I'm assuming these all allow themselves to impose property taxes on the people within their jurisdiction, incorporated city, etc. So, but what we're doing is we're eliminating listing anyone. The elimination of the list means that we won't leave anyone out, and we won't include anyone who shouldn't, but they would have to prove in the application that they can do the taxing. So then all we did here was change a couple of words. We added Board of Commissioners, but the filing is with the county administrator. The application, what's their name? Here we've added, so what you see on these underlines and these italicized are concepts taken from BizOrg and the State of Oregon's Infrastructure Finance Authority lending applications, and the actual applications are in your materials. But essentially, we would, have who their key personnel is, and key personnel is a pretty standard thing that a lender wants to look at. What their management style is, financial, technical staff is applicable. So who is your organization? What's their qualifications? And then we have the specific reason of what the fund is. If it's a project, describe the project. How far along are you? Do you have development plans, architect plans, engineer drawings, cost estimates? If it's an asset, year, make, model, specifications, etc. How funds would be used in the interest of the public of Curry County. Question, will jobs be created, or what other economic stimulus would there be? What's the amount of operating taxes estimated? These are straight out of the statute. Other relevant applicant financial resources, are there matching grants or any other thing that they're going to get? Estimated annual debt service, again, right out of the statute. And then, again, how the funds will be repaid, including but not limited to the source of funds for repayment. And then we ask for basically financial records. These are things that you've heard of before: balance sheet, income statement, changes in financial position statement, audits, bond rating, letter of reference from financial institutions. Are you involved in any litigation, or is there litigation likely to be filed?
That's a good one.
That's usually listed in audit reports. And then other information that can be required when deemed applicable by County Administrator or Board of Commissioners. So we allow ourselves the flexibility to ask for information plus other relevant information. And then it talks about the application fee, what that's for, and then the review by the county, essentially, this is a new creation, but it's the treasurer, administrator, county accountant, county counsel, and then the administrator would prepare a written staff report and publish a recommendation for the hearing. And then I just say, note, this is a question I have for you all. The board may want a dollar limit on how much it would loan to any particular borrower, or establish debt to equity ratio or debt to income ratio. You may want to establish that. You may want to wait until the team, comes up with that in a recommendation. So it's not required, but these are things, and that goes to the security element of the
When
four
you say
factors.
the team,
I'm sorry, the team I'm calling is the treasurer, the administrator, the county council. So
Oh, okay.
I don't know what you want to call that. It's a loose term. It's not an official term.
well, I just wanted to make sure I knew who was making
Very
these
good.
recommendations.
Feel free to ask questions at any time. So then here it said, they file, the county administrator sets the date for the public hearing. It gives a date when it will be, and then the information on the application will be subject to public disclosure. Now, that's under public record law. It says subject to public disclosure, but there still may be some information under the public records law, if that has probably, I'm just going to say 100 off the top of my head, but it's got a slew of exceptions to what information is disclosable. And if someone's making an application, they could identify for us what information they don't want disclosed. But
Can I go back for 1 second?
sure,
On the $1,000?
yep,
I think it's going to be important for us not to set an actual, I would say a minimum of that, because sometimes going through and evaluating these applications would be far more complicated. And
It certainly could be. So, you know, and it also is intended to handle postage. I think what we do on some cases is we say it's a minimum of this, and then they'll pay actual costs. Our public records law, I think, I'm just going to use a loose term here. I typically don't memorize things that are written down, but let's say we charge $40 per hour for staff time. Here we've already got 4 people, assuming it'll be a minimum of an hour apiece. You know, 4 times 40 is, you know, $160 there. This could be 4 times that, which is, let's just round it up to 200 and go to 800 right there. So let's say if it took the 4 people 4 hours, there's $800 roughly, and then another couple hundred for advertising. I would like to think that we could get, you know, an application processed in a 4-hour time frame.
Well, and I'm just thinking rates and so forth change. So if you put a
Yeah.
minimum of $1,000, then that kind of covers it.
Yep, and then we would track our time and charge actual time.
Right.
We could change language. There's language like that exists in some other statutes and administrative rules. So we
Yeah,
could,
I'd just like
we
to
could
think
add
that it's not totally set in stone,
Okay.
those type of things.
So put in an actual cost with the time tracking.
Yeah, with a minimum of 1,000.
Good, and if it's less, we would refund. Okay, so thank you. Let's see here.
Okay,
Oh,
you can
boy.
get back to,
Yeah,
sorry about that.
here we go. That's okay. So again, we've talked about these things. Then the notice of the hearing. This is just where we added where it would be, what the notice will be, and we can use other reasonable means of notice. We can post it. The hearing, and it says any, you know, this is language that hasn't changed at all. The hearing shall be held in an orderly manner, and then it says all interested persons being given an opportunity to be heard. So there's no what I would call standing requirement. A person will just have to show they're interested in this. And then we have within 30 days, we'll either A, deny it, B, grant it, or C, continue the hearing. And we give ourselves a limit of, you know, 60 days is when we're going to fish or cut bait on these things. And that should also help keep costs down. And then if it would not be in the public interest, we give them a denial not later than 30 days from the decision. And then if they're denied, they can't make another application in 6 months. That's the same there. And then if we grant it, we can grant it, and the loan agreement will be an intergovernmental agreement, but does not create any partnership, joint venture, or separate governmental entity. So by being a lender, we're not going to be a joint venture with them.
Question over here. Commissioner.
On the section 701-100, you had struck through denial of the application and just left it as the application, but everything, even the additions or the modifications to the text in those 2 paragraphs has to do with denial only.
Yeah, good.
So I'm not sure.
Oh, this is a draft, so this is why we do this. So I think that should stay in there. So that's a good catch. So I appreciate all comments are welcome. Let me see here. Going to the loan terms. Again, this is where we get into, you know, we intend to responsibly manage the road funds available for lending under this ordinance by considering, you know, we mentioned the 4 factors: liquidity, security, rate of return. Well, 3 of them. Legality is the other one. Those considerations will be addressed by the terms of any given loan. Such terms may include but are not limited to. And again, we don't know why the loan would be asked for. You know, a loan for a project or like a real estate purchase or, you know, a construction project would be different than a loan for a fire truck or a piece of equipment. So again, that's why we use the terms include but aren't limited to. So interest rate. Now, again, this I believe is a choice for the board. These are for discussion purposes only. We're really going to look for direction from the board on rate, or what type of a mechanism do we want to have. And then some of these came from the other folks who are lending out there from the IFA. 3% above the annual interest of the road fund that it usually receives from its investment pool, at least 1% over comparable U.S. Treasuries with a minimum of 4%, and then 2%, I don't even know if that math works out there on that second one, and then 2% greater than the prevailing prime lending rate for Federal Reserve. And these last two came from IFA. The first one was just, what are we expecting to get out of here? The usual rule on lending out from any fund is that you have to replenish the fund. So what this would, and we would be able to give the 3% to the general fund, and then as long as we replenish the road fund of what it had and what it would have made if we left it in its investment pool.
Okay, on that first one,
Mhm.
I think it ought to be 4% above the annual interest of the road that the road fund receives from its investment pool, and with a minimum of 5%. Louise?
Louise Kallstrom, County Accountant. The investment pool rate changes quarterly.
know.
And when I was first involved with the local government investment pool, rate was somewhere around 6 or 7% interest rate.
It's like 1 something.
And then I, of course, about, I don't remember how many years ago it was, it dropped as low as a percentage of 1%.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually been steadily going up since that
Right.
bottomed
that's what
out
the Federal
rate.
Reserve is raising.
But if you're talking about a 5-year period of a loan, and you loan it at, say it's at 2%, and you loan at 5%, and it gains interest, the investment pool interest rate becomes like 4%. You're only actually lending 1% over what you could have got for that money in the local
So
investment pool.
question, would you recommend that we just disregard that
Well,
one?
I
because
don't,
of
I'm not
their-
sure, because when you lend, I'm assuming that we're lending on a fixed rate.
No. All those I think represent variable rates.
Okay, so we could change
Absolutely.
the rate quarterly? As.
Right. I mean, that's a
So all these are variable.
that's a pretty.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, because that
makes me
was
feel
my
better.
question, because I did not know if when you do loan, if you're loaning at a fixed rate, or if it's going to follow that investment pool
Yeah,
rate.
the only reason I say that is because we are not a bank and we cannot afford the risk of doing fixed rate.
And then again, I just want to let you guys know, I am not a banker. And that means that managing a loan with a variable rate would be a lot of fun for me. So just,
That's true.
just
That
saying.
could be kind of crazy. Commissioner Boyce?
What that made me feel better, the whole idea behind the concept of this bill, the reason the legislature did it, passed it almost unanimously, was for 3 counties that have,
You don't have your mic on.
forgive my departure there. I caught Brett Thompson. He had to go to work, and so I can explain he's fine. The whole idea was to make, if our taxing districts need help, and I just don't think we're qualified to decide these percentage rates. I think we need help on that. Your point is very good about the Federal Reserve raising rates, and so when you talk about a variable rate, I just the days I had to borrow money, I had to get the best interest I could to manage that and try and really get a good return. And so that's our responsibility here through House Bill 3435, is to try and be available, not a bad loan, but something that is going to be easier for them to obtain help than not retaining help. That's all. Thank you.
Does anybody else have any comments about interest rates here?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I was just contemplating going back for 1 second to the loan team. I think one of the things in the evaluation, you could formalize it in the ordinance, or you could just leave it up to the team to decide. I think consultation with the roadmaster should be part of that discussion in order to evaluate capital needs and budgeting for a 5 to 10 year period to make sure that we're not dipping into the pot that things are going to be spent.
That makes total sense to me.
If I could just speak to that. So again, the team would not be looking at a loan application until a pool of funding is made. And the pool of funding, I think Administrator Schroeder, the concern you have is determining on an annual basis during the budget cycle how much of the road fund goes in there. And I think that would be a natural consequence of the budget committee deciding how many funds go into here, would be the road master giving a presentation of what's available for this kind of activity. So I think what you're talking about is one step ahead of getting, so that would happen just at a different spot.
Okay.
Okay. Just as long as they have input.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Boyce?
Yeah, thank you again. Just when it comes to variable rates, I mean, historically, the first thing you do is you go back to late 70s, and so this could put them out of business if it was a variable rate, and they're trying to, no anticipation of that, and it could happen again, per your point.
Of course, you also have to look at the risk to us, and that's what we have to be concerned with.
So it stays in the road fund reserves, and never mind, thank you.
So what I'm hearing, it sounds like, what the first option would be, and it seems to make the most sense in our circumstance, is that, we know what our investment pool return is, and it would be easy for us to track, keeping it 3% above that. So, I heard Commissioner Gold say 4% above that with a minimum of 5, and that's something we could certainly put in there. And so, and speaking to Commissioner Boyce's thought on, we don't want to make it overly hard on folks, my hunch would be, Commissioner Boyce, is that the entities that are coming to us for these kind of loans already have financing, or their options would result in interest rates significantly higher of this anyway. Because what I understood the policy behind this was, the market for money out there is way up here. The local government return on their required investments is way down here. If we can get here and they can get there, it's a win-win.
Big wins.
So,
Yes, thank you.
I think even what's proposed up here would still be a benefit to those districts. I don't pretend to know all their financial circumstances, but from what I've heard, let's say at today's market, this would, as Commissioner Gold, minimum 5%. My hunch would be their options are far higher than 5% on some of the loans they're asking for. But
they wouldn't get a
I don't
loan
know.
for
Yeah.
less than probably 10 if their financial stability is not very good.
You have another
And why would they
commission-
come to us
Yep.
if their financial
Sure.
stability was good? Commissioner Huxley?
I wouldn't get too bogged down on
Yep.
the interest rates.
Thanks.
And on those, as far as the investment pool, the county, I mean, it's gone in the last 4 years from about 0.54%. Now that's annual. Divide that by 12, okay? For
So
the
nothing.
To, I think it's up maybe about close to 2 now, but for years it was about 0.5 to 0.6 or 0.7, and those are change every month, and
Well,
they always have, they always will. They might remain the same, but they're subject to change every month.
Right, and we would adjust ours probably
And that's
quarterly
just
or
the way
annually. or
times,
something like that.
they're
Yep.
subject to change monthly.
So if I'm hearing from the board, the consensus would be to come up with an interest rate based on the first of those options versus the other two. And that's kind of, because this will come back to you one more time at least. So that's helpful. And then the next one is, how long do we want it to go? And these time limits are for discussion, and we're looking for board direction. So, 5 years is just something to think about. The ORS commonly, the investment pool commonly limits us to 18-month liquidity, and typically their maxes are not more than 3 years. So if you're going to invest your funds, they want you to have it liquid, very liquid. And then the House bill allows a 20-year loan term, meaning our money would be committed for 20 years and we'd get it back, you know, at that amount. So
I think that's taking too big a risk myself. Commissioner Huxley?
Well, and on the 18, you know, you've referenced Chapter 294, but it's 294-135 for the 18, and they do that for a reason, because it's public money, and the laws for decades and decades have said you will invest it, you know, securely. It will be extremely secure.
well, but
Or
also
you don't,
liquid.
or you won't
Right.
liquidity, you won't invest it. And
Right.
with the comments that have been made in budget committee meetings over the, not just budget committee meetings, and other commission meetings also over the years, especially more recent years, at the rate now that the road fund or the road department for the last 2 years has gone into major percent of their revenue now is from their reserves. It's not from continued incoming federal tax, you know, title, whatever the title may be. So that is dwindling much quicker than it was, and the reference has been made, you know, if this continues at this rate, just with the road department only, and possibly public safety taking another $1.5 million per year, 5 years it will be gone. Okay, and it doesn't take a genius, you know, in math to figure that out. So I think that anything over 3 years would be foolish because of that what-if scenario. Because if you're locked in to anything longer than a few years, and it does dwindle down the way it's forecasted, there won't be any funds for the
Yeah, and I
for the
think it's
road
important to
fund
note,
use.
if
Okay.
there were an emergency, which there could very well be, a seismic
And
event
then,
or whatever,
you know,
then,
County Council hadn't got to it yet, but further on in his draft, he references how to determine what the maximum amount of, from a percent or a dollar amount of road funds would be in that fund that
Yeah.
would
Sure.
be available for
Yep.
loan.
So it sounds like the board is looking for a shorter duration than a longer duration under the liquidity idea on the term of years. I think what I'll do is when I come back, we'll just leave this blank, and the board would deliberate and pick a number, but it's something to think about for sure.
Clarification.
Yes.
The bill is for 20 years, and you believe that the board, or sense that the board wants a shorter term than 5 years?
From
Is
what
that
I'm
what I just heard?
hearing,
Thank you.
from your 2 or your 3, the bill allows up to 20 years. It
And we're-
doesn't require 20 years. It just gives you flexibility.
If I may, Madam Chair, then nobody's going to borrow money, and you know, regardless of how serious the need might be, my hunch or my concern is nobody's going to come to the county and say we'll do it for 3 or 4 years. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's all.
okay. Commissioner Huxley?
Of course, my phone is muted, so there's nothing, but there was something that just came up, this CMOS alert.
Oh, okay, so it
presidential
actually
alert just did
worked.
come up.
Everybody
think I-
else's phones work?
I think I heard a few of those.
So,
Okay,
So then
exciting stuff. Big brother knows
collateral
you.
is interesting here. There's a lot of different ways to, and this goes to security. The loan would not exceed 40%. If there was a project or real property, a lot of times you can get a loan to value ratio of 80%. Just picked 40% here. So they would need to have certainly other sources of funds. And then the borrower's equity must at least be 20%. So of all the borrowing they do, they would have to have at least 20% equity where they put in out of their own pocket.
Skin in the game.
So that's right. So those are two ways to have security. These numbers are up to the board to decide. And then the borrower would maintain insurance on any project or capital. And then project related, they'd abide by all laws. These are just standard loan terms actually, and contract terms. Not allow any liens. They'd have certificates of satisfactory completions, allow inspections and audits. These are pretty standard terms. This is one where if it was a loan for a project, we would disperse the funds on progress payment, where we actually held the money until things were done. That would also be another way to collateralize or secure the loan, and that goes back to those 4 factors of safety. And then default, if a payment's delinquent more than 10 days, it's past due. And this is, again, the county could withhold tax disbursements. Now, the interesting part there is I think we only get those tax disbursements annually. So if they...
No,
were-
actually, they could spread it out 4 times a year, I believe.
Okay, I don't know.
If they don't want to get the 3%, is it 3 or
No. Yeah,
when you
talk
pay
about-
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We-
But they don't disperse it until it's paid. The county doesn't, right?
Well, I'm assuming that we get the majority of our tax revenues
In
that
November.
would go to any district at one time.
Louise Callster, I'm county accountant. So our tax revenues come in fairly soon after tax statements go out. So you get a
Right.
few in October, you get a lot in November when it's due. It's due 3 times a year, but it actually comes in on a monthly basis.
Okay.
And the county's required to
Disperse.
send those out, disperse them out to the taxing districts on a monthly basis, except for in November and possibly December, where they're sent on a weekly basis.
So,
Okay. Well, this could still work then. I was concerned that, in other words, the idea is they're late 10 days on a payment 1 month, and if we weren't getting the tax revenue to withhold except once a year, they could technically be late. So this is actually a more viable than
so
I thought it
doesn't the
was.
majority of the tax fund come, or taxing districts, they get the majority of their money in November, is that correct?
Majority in November, and but you get it trickling through December. So
Right.
usually, taxing districts will receive a weekly distribution of property taxes in November, and I think in December too.
Yeah, but we're talking piddly amounts after November,
You still get.
because most people want that 3% discount.
You still get, it depends on what size of a district you are, how much money you get. And then the third, you could pay another third in, I think it was like March or April or
Mhm.
something. So that one, the revenue goes up a little bit to a taxing district in that month. So.
But I guess
they-
my
They
point
will get
is
some dollar amount.
the majority
usually
goes out
every
in
single month.
November.
But the majority does go out in November.
Okay.
And again, this is a concept that I borrowed from the state. My understanding is if you owe money to the state, they could withhold, a tax refund that you would be due or something like that.
Yeah, they're good
So-
at that. Mhm.
So, again, this is just a concept. The general concept's called offset. Treasurer Debbie Crumley's here. She may have something to add.
She can give us some wisdom.
about
Come on up, Debbie.
How often and what it's like to receive the monies and when they go out.
I'm Debbie Crumley, Curry County Treasurer. I was listening to you talk in my office, and I thought I'd better clarify. So the taxes are paid by November 15th, and the majority of the money does come in. And I do pay the districts weekly, the month of November, only November, and then within the first 10 days of each month thereafter.
So the idea would be if we had a loan of our road funds to a taxing district and they were late on some payments, we could then, out of your disbursement, say, you owe us this money, so we're holding this for ourselves and use it to pay your loan. So that would be kind of the idea. And all of these would be by agreement, so they would have to agree to that.
So we would hope that their payments are, or the tax that we collect is more than their
More
payments,
than-
or at least as much.
Well, and that would go to,
And that's kind of iffy, because that depends on whether people are paying their tax in November, right?
Right, and they can pay November 15th a third, February 15th another third, and May 15th the final third.
I don't know whether you know this question or not, but what percentage of the people pay their entire tax in November?
About 93%.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Commissioner Boyce?
Council Huddle, they have to support the agreement. They can't get the money outside of the requirements under House Bill 3435.
Say that one more time?
They have to accept the agreement because they're borrowing it under House Bill 3435.
Yep.
And that's a whole security agreement is very well spelled out there. So I
Okay.
don't know how much, I mean, you've done some incredible work here, I have to say, but I don't know if we even need to spend any more time on this,
Okay.
frankly. I mean, today,
We're
if
getting
you
very
want-
close to the
okay.
end.
I just don't
feel
think
like
we're
I've-
going to get any takers. you
No,
know?
well, the funny part is,
Thanks, Debbie.
Commissioner Boyce, we've had a ordinance on our books for 20 years that allowed us to loan out our funds, and we never had any takers before then either. So
Thank you, okay.
and then when I asked the state if they ever did any of their lending from the OEM, they said no, they hadn't had any takers either. So I think there's ordinances and these things that allow these loans, but I think they're pretty rare occurrence. And again, but ours hasn't been looked at in 20 years, and I've tried to basically update it to include some standards. So really, then the question would be, what about the payments? Is it once a month, quarterly? I think a once a month makes the most sense, and that they commence a month after the agreement started. County remedies for default, again, we could revoke the loan agreement. We could require repayment of unexpended funds, withhold further distribution, offset tax distribution, bar them from future loans, and then any other remedy allowed at law. But we also give them a 30-day notice prior to cure the default. And then this is the part that when Clark Schroeder was saying we should have the roadmaster talk about it. So this is how the county was to create a fund for the purpose of implementing the ordinance, and it would consist of monies appropriated by the Budget Committee at a regular annual session, and the county commissioners at any supplemental, and the monies to be repaid to the county by the taxing districts would all go into this fund. The amount of monies in the fund shall determine the amount of assistance available. And then it says, in no event shall the taxing district assistance fund contain more than, and I just said number percent of the road fund described herein. This is where I think, I don't even know if we need this, or if this is just a number that would be decided by, the Budget Committee and the Board of Commissioners during the budget process. And we're looking for, board direction on this. Right now, we've got the numbers 27 million. I hear that is decreasing every day or month, so I don't really know if we want to peg a percent or if we do. But really, these are some of the big policy questions. I've got, I think, some good feedback on the interest rate. You're looking for a number above our existing and the return that we get in our existing investment to be a flexible or a adjustable rate. Term of years. Commissioner Boyce, I've heard he's saying, let's give ourselves the option of doing all 20. I've heard Commissioner Golden Huxley say something shorter. I'll probably leave that blank, but at least keep that down. The board wonder if you want to try to peg a percent now, or just leave this up to the deliberations through the process and come up with something later. But again, these would be the kind of mechanisms you can use to keep your assets to have them be secure. So really, that's the only presentation I had. I appreciate the good feedback I've had. My goal would be to bring this back to the board to consider adoption, and I just didn't want to spring all this information on the board when it would have to decide to vote on it right away. So I'm open for questions. If there's
Well,
any questions.
I'm just going to make a comment on the percent of the road funds that could be. I'm kind of not really agreeing with that. I think maybe each year the Budget Committee, along with the road master, should look at the amount that is available, not do it by a percent. Commissioner Huxley?
I would agree. I think it should be a percent, because it would change the amount up or down depending upon the revenue, positive or negative back into the road fund.
Well, the
rather
other-
than have, that's more a subjective or objective approach versus very subjective. So that's what I would suggest.
A percent by the board in the ordinance would also limit the flexibility the Budget Committee had to come up with a figure. In other words, it would cap even what they could do. So But again, it's, and is.
So what percent would you suggest?
Well, I don't know. Let's say, for instance, now we're at 27 million. If you picked 1%, that would allow, what, 270,000, and 10% would be 2.7 million. I don't know. What, I'm not a math guy, but.
Commissioner Huxley?
I would say in the 5 to 10%, 10% being max of whatever the funds were, because if they only had $1 million, you don't want to keep it a fixed amount if you've set 2.7
Yeah, that's true.
million. Let the percent vary. I'd say 5 to 10, 10 max percent.
Well, if you put in there 5 to 10, then the budget committee would have the option of
Well, I'm just
deciding
saying
within
my
that range.
opinion would be in that range, but I would think that the board would still want to decide on a fixed range from that, but just as an order of magnitude, that would be my opinion only.
Commissioner Boyce?
Yeah, so you talk 5 or 10%. I mean, that's, you just heard Council Huddle say that in the last 20 years, there hasn't been any interest or, so I mean, why are we spending this time? I think we're going to make it so restrictive. I've communicated this in past meetings. The whole concept is to help taxing districts that might be struggling, certainly not to make a high-risk, bad loan. I just think that cooler heads will ultimately prevail here. And yeah, if we're going to make it, the interest rates that are, substantially more, then I think we just need to move on to the next agenda item.
I'm going to
But thank you for the good work. I really.
I'm going to
impressed with that.
respectfully disagree with you. I think this is a very important issue. We are in charge of the public's funds here, and we need to do it judiciously. So I don't think it's a waste of time. How about you, Commissioner Huxley?
Oh, no, absolutely. This is not a waste of time.
Could I ask a question of the board? I'm done with my presentation. I think the board has got a really good grasp on what's happening here. I've got some feedback. Does the board think they need to have this at a workshop next week, or would you just like me to bring back an ordinance for consideration to adopt on the 17th? And it would be a first reading. There'd probably be a second reading at some other time. So.
Well, I don't know about others, but I went through this pretty carefully
Mhm.
and studied it, and I'm okay with what we've come up with. I
Okay.
don't know whether we need a workshop.
I am also.
Okay, well,
Okay.
I'll just bring something back on the 17th then with some of the changes. It'll have some numbers for you to peg, so just put your thinking cap on and we'll just talk about the numbers at the next meeting then.
Commissioner Boyce?
Just, can I request to maybe table it till December and see if we really need to justify additional time, maybe before then?
I think this is a really important issue, and I would prefer not tabling it till December. I don't know about you, Commissioner Huxley?
This has been ongoing for a year, over a year.
And we are being accused of doing nothing. I think this is something, so.
Who's accused you of doing nothing?
You on a number of occasions.
Oh, no, can I clarify that, doing nothing?
You say we have accomplished
That's totally
nothing.
invalid, and if that's the interpretation you had, I'll apologize right now.
Okay.
But Mr. Huxley's point of it's been a year, what have we accomplished other than serious staff time here through the council's office? And I'm trying to help you understand, nobody's going to come to us and ask for help based on everything that we've discussed here today and in, unfortunately, previous meetings. So
Commissioner
I'm
Huxley?
going to let it go.
Have consensus for direction to bring it back at the next general meeting, I think.
Okay, so we do have consensus to bring this back as an ordinance at the next general meeting.
Sure, and then I did hear from our treasurer that other counties have asked if anyone has a policy or a ordinance on their books or any agreements and things. So the law allowed not just us, but I think at least 2 other counties to do these kind of loans, and they've asked if we have got anything put together yet. So
And they're wanting to do it also?
they're just looking for guidance and what's happening out there. So really, that's
Okay.
kind of,
Is that Yamhill and Klamath County by
I
chance?
think it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
Louise Kallstrom has something to.
Louise Kallstrom, County Accountant. I just want to kind of make that last discussion a little bit clearer because
Thank you.
it said that the budget committee sets the dollar amount and they're not going by a percentage. But that percentage that council was talking about was a no more than percentage. So to have a variation, like 5 to 10% would be hard to apply.
It would
when
be better
we're-
to say no more than 10?
It would be a percentage rate that you are going for here. So when you're in the budget committee, if they're asking to put in 5%, that's fine. But they can't say, let's put in 11% because you have a cap of 10.
Okay.
And
Does that make it a little
My
clearer?
understanding
Yeah,
as
it
well
does.
is Budget Committee is a recommending authority, so ultimately the budget be approved by the board.
That's true.
And just
Commissioner Huxley?
my suggestion as a percent order of magnitude was not to go with a low or to high, but it was saying, my opinion, it would be somewhere in
Yeah.
that spread.
But
as a
the
fixed
number, the
single
percentage that
percent.
county council is looking for is a no more than or a maximum.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and to have, that shouldn't be a range.
correct.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Louise.
Council Huddle and Accountant Colstrom.
Okay, I think we finished this
I
discussion.
have just one side note,
Sure.
please. We have Samuel Baugh in the audience, and he's been here for an hour and a half. Did you want to visit or have any kind of report? We really appreciate you being here. I didn't think you did, but I wasn't sure. It's great to have you here.
No, I didn't have anything. I was just following up. I was actually very interested in this last discussion. If I can put my 2 cents worth in, I've actually had a project up in Langlois that has recently asked if there was any road funds available for a housing project that they were working on. And I said, no, there isn't. And so this is an interesting conversation.
Is that a taxing jurisdiction?
It was not a taxing district, but they were wanting to borrow some money from a taxing district, which could have borrowed it from you guys.
Would be the water district up there? Hard to say. 'Cause
It's hard to say, but
it might be the only route to go.
it was a quick conversation I was having with somebody, and I said no, that those aren't available. But to my
Commissioner
knowledge.
Huxley?
Just looking at county council, now, I don't think that this concept authorizes a tax district to then go loan the money to a non-tax district. It doesn't allow them to loan the money to another party.
I don't know that it does or doesn't, but what we would expect is if that was the intent, they would put that in their application, and we would use that information, and we may require then, well, how good is that borrower? So it would add another layer of things to processing, I think. But I don't think there's an absolute prohibition on what Mr. Baugh is talking about, but it would certainly make it more complicated for a lender to qualify, I think, so.
But thanks for
I
trying.
agree.
Yeah.
Thanks for trying to help Langlois and find possible options.
Thanks, Sam. Okay, back to our regular agenda. We need to appoint a BOPTA, Board of Property Tax Appeal members to begin with.
So we have an additional application that came in late after the fact from Brent Thompson, and you should have that
Right.
in your possession. In addition, there was already an application from David Griffin, and these two individuals have been on the BOPTA before. And we would just do the corrected order, which would list both these individuals on there. And we have that corrected order, correct, JJ?
I don't have it put together yet.
He's working on it.
Okay, all right.
For two?
Well, yeah, so just two individuals have applied. You have to have a minimum of two, and then in addition, the second part of the issue would be we need a commissioner. Since Commissioner Huxley is leaving the commissioner's office, we would need to have either Boyce or Gold be on the committee.
And I'm very interested in doing that, should the board support me on that.
And actually, I'd be happy to do that also, since I'm into taxes. Love to pay him.
You got to get out more.
What was that?
You got to get out more.
I want to add something about Mr. Thompson. He stayed here till 11, and it's a reminder to us that it's nice when we have people in the audience that might be waiting to speak. I'm as guilty too, but I think we overlooked that. He left, said he had to go to work. He's fine, as I mentioned, but just for future reference, I think that's something we really need to try and be very
So
conscience.
one of the issues on here, and Jim Colin had just sent an email to us. He had a suggestion when we're looking at ORS 309.020 subsection 2.
And that's in your materials on this item on page 4 of this item.
Yes. And he was basically suggesting maybe if the board was interested, we could get other counties interested. and-
Association of Oregon County should take
Yep,
that lead.
to basically go, let's say, make it a 3 or 4 year term.
Yes.
So basically have a little more consistency. As you're well aware of, there's training involved with this, there's education involved with this, and it might be a more stable review for counties to do that. If the board was interested in that, we could certainly start investigating that.
The AOC would take it to the legislature, and I think it's got some real good merit. So
Okay.
I'll make a motion that I be appointed for the Board of Property Tax Appeals.
I think we're talking about the 2 members first. Brent Griffith.
Yeah,
Did I get it backwards?
Yeah.
Okay.
Their motion number 1, move to appoint pool candidates David Griffin and Brent Thompson to the Board of Property Tax Appeals.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Do I have a second?
I would second for discussion.
Okay, discussion?
And on that, of course, when I saw this, I called Brent yesterday, and I mentioned to you, as far as the notice, just for future on any of these committees. There are so many, there are committees of committees of committees, and we look at the website, and nobody knows what they all are, but it's to have trickler files so that we know when
When they have
something's
to be.
expiring, so we can get notice out there. Brent has, I don't know how many years he's been on. David Griffith has been on for many, but I think many years, and he's by far the most qualified. That's his business. He's an appraiser. So, just a suggestion on the duration, because Brent had brought that up. At least 2 years, or if not 2, 4, because what you're required to do, if you're a new or not, okay, if you're new or if you're renewing, but I think I've been on it now for 4 years, but the first year you're required to take various online tests, and they're very educational. They're not just easy tests either. Very educational. And then if you pass, you're required to go to an all-day seminar training session in wherever. The first time I went, it was up around, not Salem, but Springfield, I think. The second time it was over in Grants Pass. Every 2 years. So it makes no sense for you to be appointed and then to appoint someone else the next year, because you've passed a test that lets you serve for 2 years. And we were all for whatever, the way it was synchronized, it just happened that all 3 of us were on the same schedule. So we could all go at to the same meeting and know that we were all good to go for 2 years as far as the testing requirements. But that's, you wouldn't want to make it for a 3-year period or a
Well, 2 years
whatever
sounds
for his
sounds good.
recommendation because of that testing. So
That makes sense.
Okay, we'll work with the AOC on that, and I'll contact other county administrators also.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to appoint Brent Thompson and Dave Griffith to the BOPTA, Property of Tax Appeals Committee. So
correct.
we had discussion. Let's call for the question.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next, we need a
Need a
member
motion
of
to
the...
appoint, motion to appoint either Commissioner Gold or Commissioner Boyce to the Board of Property Tax Appeals.
And I'll make a motion that the board appoint me for BOPTA.
Do we have a second?
I have a question, if I
Sure.
may. So did I understand it correctly that both of you wanted to?
I'm willing to
that.
do that, yes. And I know Commissioner Boyce has this great big
Um,
list of things he's already doing, so I'm willing to step up to the plate.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So is there a second to appoint Commissioner Boyce to the BOPTA committee? Hearing none, the motion fails.
Okay, I would make a motion to, for the reason of your comments, to appoint Commission Chair Gold to serve on the Board of Property Tax Appeals as the commissioner representative.
Do I hear a second? I'll second that. Discussion. Call for the question.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay, next, department head meeting schedule. Administrator Schroeder.
So I bring this up. The administrator has a department head or manager meeting up to twice a month if there's material to cover, obviously. It's not set in stone. And we basically disseminate, gather information relevant to the departments within the county. It's not a public meeting. There was an adopted schedule that I inherited. I don't know if that was appointed by the board or if an interim administrator put that together, but there was a schedule I was following. Commissioner Boyce stated that he felt that he needs to be to all the meetings, and I guess at this point, in order to avoid an open meeting violation, we should seek either a board consensus on how these meetings will be scheduled for commissioners to attend. I have 4 possible motions for you.
Do you have a fourth one?
Yes, I'm just getting one today as I was thinking.
Okay.
Move to eliminate commissioners attending department head meetings. 2, move to assign Commissioner Boyce as a county board attendee for all department head meetings. 3, move to retain current commissioner schedule regarding the attending department heading meetings. And number 4, move to delete the schedule and let commissioners talk to each other and decide who wants to go. There's no, the concept that commissioners can't talk to each other about schedules is arcane.
I can even think of a 5th. How
and-
about this? We just rotate on a monthly basis, because I recall that one of the complaints
Right here.
was that the commissioners went 2 months in a row. But I do think all the commissioners need to be involved, and we don't want to be disobeying public meeting laws. So that's my thought.
Can we have this discussion now, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Thank you. Council Huddle, do you still believe that by having 2 or 3 commissioners available, as long as they're not in any way discussing policy or proposed policy, that it would be illegal?
Not illegal. A quorum of commissioners, two board of commissioners constitutes a meeting. Two out of 3 constitutes a public meeting when they're gathering information on county business.
Thank you. Is the public open to the department leader meetings?
No.
No.
Should it be?
In the past, it hasn't been. In my experience, we've never had department head meetings open for public. It's more in internal discussions.
Yeah, have you thought about that? I mean, I'm not putting you on the spot here. I just wonder if you have a personal opinion on why that may or may not be a good idea.
Council
If I
Little?
could. There's an exception from the public records law of communications to allow frank discussion. And so, again, I think there's some policies just to allow frank discussion of issues is really the main reason. But also, if they are public, then you have minutes, notice, all the other costs and time involved. So 1, they're not required by law to be public meetings, and 2, if they become public meetings, they're expensive, and 3, they may, hamper frank discussion of items. So that's really, and then some of the things we talk about in there are not for public discussion, whether it's claims or, any personnel stuff or health or anything like that. So,
Well, that in itself gives me really a lack of confidence that if I'm prohibited from going to any of the meetings by a 2-to-1 vote, obviously, as I've stated, that doesn't sit well with me. And I will offer you that if you just look closely at Douglas County, Coos County, Jackson, Josephine, they're quite often together, 2 or 3.
How many commissioners do they have?
All 3 of them, including Lake County, all have 3 commissioners, and none of them have county administrators except for Jackson County, which that's not really, that's beside the point. But I'll just give you one example here. This is in Coquille. I'm on my way to the AOCC board meeting. Need a special click here. Whoops. This was Sheriff Zaney. We went to the Vietnam. This was an unbelievable opportunity. This is the wall, the Vietnam Veterans Wall, where I spoke with the other 3 Coos County commissioners. It was just an incredible opportunity, building my relationship with them and representing Curry County. And all 3 of them spoke. All 3 of them talked.
Was that a department meeting?
No, it's they're honoring the veterans.
Okay, but what I'm
Here's my
saying,
point,
we're
ma'am, and I'll
on
finish.
department meetings here.
Here's
Yeah.
my point. Of all the times I've been around them and seen them at meetings together, they are on their honor. They wouldn't even remotely consider doing something improper or talking about policy with 2 or 3. So my point is this: they were all at this meeting, this honoring of the veterans, and there's nobody pointed a finger and said this is an open public meeting law. So as it pertains to the department head meetings, we all 3 need to have the option and the freedom to go and come and learn all we can. And any notion that we're going to somehow set policy or be sneaky, I really reject. So there you have it.
Commissioner Huxley?
An example of where you may have multiple members of the governing body show up, okay? Senator, I believe it was Senator Wyden or Senator Merkley, one or the other, a year or 2 back, had a meeting or a public
Town hall.
Town hall, thank you, at the college, just north of
Swamp.
Brookings, and that was explained there that all 3 commissioners could come. They were there to go to listen
Thank
to
you.
their elected representative. It was not a county business meeting. They were there to go to listen to an elected representative. They were not going to carry on, they were there to listen. They were not going to carry on conversations about specific county business or decisions that they may be, or subjects that they may have upcoming that they were going to discuss and make decisions on. A veterans memorial probably was not called for, by their governing bodies to have that meeting. There was a meeting. My guess is that was called or set up on the veterans services or something like that. So we're talking apples and pumpkins or something.
And I don't
Talking
think
the same things.
anybody here would be rejected
Okay.
for going to the meetings. If we're doing it on a schedule, everybody would have a chance to go. If we
So-
set it up on a monthly basis, then, you'd get to go every 3 months.
So you personally are going to prohibit me from going at random to meetings, and I'm going to challenge that all the way. And I will be at those meetings. It's up to you to file another lawsuit against me if that's the route you want to go.
Commissioner Huxley?
Well, there was nothing short of, I don't have the proper words to title this email communication from Commissioner Boyce, and two points here. It was sent to department heads and elected officials, but for the record, elected officials includes a sub-email category that is all 3 commissioners. So that years ago was deleted, somehow it's back. But even this should not be going to all 3 commissioners, his communications, because he clicks on elected officials. There's a subcategory in there that needs to be removed. Again, it was removed some years ago, but
And
let me please.
But
It says, "Good day, all." It has to do with the department head schedule. This schedule, I believe, this is back on August 28th. This schedule, I believe, was set up before Administrator Schroeder arrived and it is one that I've simply not had the time to review or work in properly amending. Period. My last meeting was June 26th, and you have to refer back to the 2 pages of meeting schedules for 2018 to see that on June 26th it was Commissioner Boyce. On June 12th it was also Commissioner Boyce. So he had the 2 meetings in the month of June. The next month, July, was 2 meetings for Gold. The next month, 2 meetings for Huxley. The next month, 2 meetings for Boyce again, and so forth. But anyway, to go, okay. So as you can see, it would be almost 3 months between my important connections with all of you. Well, actually, it's 2 months. I don't know where you came up with 3 months. The next paragraph, I have no conceivable idea why Commissioner Huxley would again be in 2 consecutive department meetings, ? It's unacceptable. Again, I don't know what's so difficult to see that it's inconceivable when that's the way that the meetings have been scheduled on a document that was created prior to January 9th, 2018. Regarding today's agenda, these are items that I'm most familiar with and the ones that I'm responsible to participate in, ! So I will see you all at 1:15. If Commissioner Huxley is uncomfortable, then he can make arrangements to do something different with his time at the annex. Okay, thank you. That is the entirety of the email. I called or spoke with with Administrator Schroeder and said I was not going to participate in such an embarrassing potential conflict, and I chose not to attend. And it has degraded from there. This whole thing is an embarrassment. It's a disgrace, in my opinion, absolute disgrace. The only option that I will support is to continue as is in these meetings that the administrator has the authority to schedule. If the administrator wants to change the frequency or something, that's the administrator's authority to do that. But this is preposterous.
Well, and I agree with that, and I'm also going to make one other statement about Commissioner Boyce's ability to talk to department heads. He certainly can do that at will as he wishes.
Oh, I think there's a question there.
No, I'm not questioning that at all.
I've been told that I can't have emails from them. Okay?
No, that's not so. I think you misunderstood.
Yeah. So
The
here we are.
emails going
That
to all
schedule.
3 of us are
we
not-
going to stay with that schedule? Is that where we're going to hang our hat on for future department head meetings? And are you refusing to have more than one or all 3 potentially commissioners there to do their job and learn all they can at these meetings?
I think
That's
what we
number 1.
need to do is abide by Council Huddle's
I
counsel.
didn't hear him weigh in on this.
Yes, he just
we
did.
We could ask him if he thinks the schedule is clean, effective, good for the citizens, good for the department heads, to have one commissioner go two times in a row, any one of the 3 of us. And I'm sorry, Commissioner Huxley, if it's 2.5, 3 months, whatever, late June or mid-June to mid-September is 3 months.
Would you be more comfortable if one commissioner, they do it a rotational schedule every single meeting rather than by the month?
No, because I miss out on 2 weeks of important, or 2 meetings, of important give and take. And there's no reason that we can't have multiple commissioners there. That's the bottom line.
But Council Huddle just advised us against that.
He says it's not breaking the law. We're on our honor. We're gonna get.
Okay, maybe I need to go through those reasons again, why he advised us
I
against
understand your
it.
opinion, ma'am.
Cost,
What's the most important
Time.
focus here? To spend time with all the people that we're responsible for. To not find a way to say, you stay out of this room. And you, well, yeah, 2 times in a row. I think the best option is for me to just be there all the time. I'll report back to you along with county administrator. And that's what I'm going to ask for here.
Commissioner Huxley?
Absolutely not. That is not up for the commissioners to decide how many times the administrator is going to have
That's where,
a
That's why we hired an
meeting.
administrator.
That's why you hired administrator.
And
Okay.
again, this is absurd.
it surely is, sir.
It is a disgrace.
All right.
It's
if
been
there-
2 years of
if there's-
Okay,
absurdity.
so
Actually, it's been
bottom
3.5
line-
years of
Is
absurdity.
there support for a motion then?
Is there support for a motion to continue the schedule as written?
I heard that
Or,
support.
or as determined if there are changes by the sole authority of the county administrator. I'll motion that.
Okay? Do we
Before
have
you
a
do,
s-
I will be at all the meetings, okay? I will be at all the meetings that I'm available to get to.
I think.
You may
Commissioner
have
Huxley?
to,
Motion. And
Okay.
I-
Do we have a second to the
your
motion?
choice.
I'll second that motion. Any further discussion? Call for the question.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed.
Okay, so it's
It's
about.
12:04
we have-
and,
We have more, but we have a public hearing at 1.
yeah, we
so
do.
I'd like to have lunch
You know
and
what?
come back.
Why don't we just have lunch and come back to the public hearing and then finish off the meeting?
Okay, thank you,
I
Chair.
I will highlight that there'll be a high school tour
Oh,
here.
yeah.
They're coming here at 12:30. In this room, I will be taking questions from the students about government in general. And they'll probably sit in for the first part of the public hearing, and then Julie Swift will be taking them around to, to the DA, juvenile, and assessors, and taking
So
them
we
up
need
for a
to be
tour.
on our best behavior? That would be nice.
I didn't say anything.
Well, I'm saying it. So we'll recess till 1 o'clock.
It's 12:05. Is that what time it is?
If yours is the next big idea and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
We have these parks which are set up to protect and preserve biodiversity. That's challenging under any circumstances. But it certainly is almost impossible if you don't know what the actual biodiversity that's in your park or the area that you're trying to conserve is.
BioBlitz is a celebration of biodiversity. Biodiversity is the variety of life in an area. We don't know how much life and what types of life are here at Crater Lake National Park. The big obvious things we know about. But a BioBlitz is where we go out and look for a particular type of organism. This year we're looking for beetles, or the order Coleoptera.
The wealth of biodiversity that are in these parks, 99% of it is something that could fit in your hand.
We can't save what we don't know exists. So If there's a beetle species out there that's very important and we don't know about it, we can't do anything to help it. That is the ultimate goal of the BioBlitz. It's a way that citizens can come here. We have volunteers that are here who are actually giving this information. They're using their time to help the scientists build a greater picture of what kind of beetles are here in this park.
Getting this sort of baseline data of what biodiversity is there not only shows us what's there, which is just intrinsically interesting for its own purpose, but it also begins to set a baseline. And that baseline data set is what we then can use, and not just scientists, but the general public and those land managers, the stakeholders in that BioBlitz, can use those observations then on into the future to understand if things are changing.
It's not so much about counting number of species, it's more about seeing a fuller picture of the biodiversity. And the biodiversity is the variety of different types of organisms, different types of species.
I do believe that in their past BioBlitzes that they have expanded the number of things they now had recorded from the park, but also confirmed that some of the things that were reported historically are still present. So even if it's not a new discovery for the park, it still creates another piece of data that tells us, yes, that thing still lives here and is still thriving or maybe struggling, but we begin to learn something about it. I think that has an intrinsic value to the park for its long-term future, but it also just has an intrinsic social value when you ask questions about why do we have these parks? And there's lots of ways to answer that question, but one of them is that the parks are these areas where we go to appreciate the wildlife there. And this is a way of tapping into some of that wildlife at all sorts of different levels. One of the key things besides the biology that's involved in these BioBlitzes is the interaction with the public and the opportunity to educate the public about the biodiversity around them.
The citizen scientists are here working alongside professional scientists, and that allows them not just to connect with science here at the park, but connect with the greater scientific community. It's a real positive thing. We see all ages coming here, and they're just acting like kids out searching for bugs, but they're doing real science at the same time. It's a great connection between this amazing resource and the people that live around it.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm gonna be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
we have to rely on ourselves. And I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
National parks are one of America's crowning achievements. After all, it was in this country that the idea of setting areas aside for preservation was born. They are a symbol of democracy and exist as places where one can appreciate the beauty and complexity of the natural world, free of human influence. In the past, national parks faced challenges brought on primarily by the industries and practices that threatened them. Today, similar challenges persist, as well as some new ones. High up in the Cascades, Crater Lake National Park remains a pristine natural area enjoyed by visitors from throughout the world. But in recent years, new circumstances have come to endanger the ecosystem of the park. Invasive plant species are beginning to spread and threaten the park's natural biodiversity. An invasive species is an organism that did not originate in an ecosystem and is often introduced by humans. In recent years, Crater Lake National Park biologists have documented a rise in the number of non-native plant species found within the park. Invasive plant species have various ways of spreading throughout Crater Lake National Park. Roads that have been built create pathways for seeds that may stick on tires and get thrown to the side of the road. From the roadways, visitors come from far and wide to see one of the world's natural wonders. With each visitor, the risk of introducing new species also increases. Many invasive plant species have evolved sophisticated methods of distribution through the development of various adaptations to their seeds. These adaptations allow some species to let the wind and even animal life do all the heavy lifting for them. As seeds needle their way through clothing and animal fur, they are carried and then dropped in various places around the park. There are many reasons why new species are entering the park at an increasing rate. One of the factors responsible are the effects brought on by climate change. Due to warming winters, the snow-dominated season of Crater Lake National Park is becoming shorter. Snowpack, that is normally around for most of the year, shortens the period of human impacts, such as high levels of summer visitation and infrastructure maintenance and enhancements. With climate change increasing the frequency and severity of drought and lengthening the snow-free period, the factors that are disturbing the natural environment are amplifying. Snowmelt, that would linger for most of the year, is melting much sooner than usual. Snowpack acts as a barrier to both plant and animal species. Native plant species have adapted to this environment and are used to completing their life cycles during short growing seasons. With the lengthening of growing seasons, native plant species are now vulnerable to increasing competition from invasive plant species. The risk of forest fires increases with rising temperatures as well. As growing seasons lengthen, so do fire seasons. Areas affected by forest fires open up new habitats for invasive plants to move in, creating areas where non-native plants can find solid footing in the competition against their native neighbors. Newly introduced annual grasses fill spaces of forests and meadows and act as a medium for fires, allowing them to spread farther and more easily than before. This means that not only are invasive plant species altering the existing environment, they create a domino effect that can speed up the process of change in the park. In the last 3 years, 25 non-native plant species have been discovered. With every coming season, these numbers are expected to increase. Amid growing challenges and limited resources, the invasive vegetation management team has been forced to prioritize the most aggressive species in the park. These Crater Lake National Park biologists are controlling non-native thistles from a remote area inside the western boundary of the park. These thistles were discovered late in the season, and park biologists are removing the seed heads so they will not spread farther and establish more infestation sites. Given how large an area these plants can envelop, controlling invasive plants can be a meticulous process, but it is the best way to ensure that these plants aren't able to spread further into the park. Roadsides are another area of focus, as they create literal highways for invasive plant species to take hold. By controlling invasive plants near the park boundary and along roadsides, park biologists hope to reduce the amount of species entering and spreading in order to protect and maintain the natural state of the park.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry, boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second haystack rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot 1 or 2 of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns and as a result offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
Now, all 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes, but you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, more than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch 3-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but 3 of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neahkahnie Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There is little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves in the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria. Ride a horse along the waves near Florence. Pet a baby tiger near Bandon. Hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
We've got a lot of obvious hazards here, but I think one of the greatest hidden hazards is that the weather can change really fast. You can be a total bluebird sunny day. Next thing you know, the clouds will roll in, reduce visibility to almost nothing. You'll get driving snow, blasting wind, and it can create a whiteout, and that's really dangerous to be out in, especially with the edge of the caldera right here.
There are also hazards such as avalanches and cornices throughout the park. A cornice is a formation of snow created by wind. It often forms over steep slopes and can be overhanging. They can easily be broken through if you're not paying attention.
Most of our popular skiing areas and our popular snowshoeing areas are either on or below avalanche terrain. So you want to be aware of the edges. You want to be aware whether you're above or below avalanche terrain. It's incredibly hazardous, and we do get avalanches all the time here.
Unstable snow cornices can kill. Cornices are difficult to detect and can collapse at any time. Stay 100 feet, 30 meters, back from edge of the caldera. Trees can be dangerous in deep winter snow. Tree wells are large cavities around trees that can be 3 to 10 feet deep. People can become trapped in tree wells and die. Tree bombs are large clumps of snow and ice that fall from tree branches. Tree bombs can injure or kill a person. Use map and stay on the trails. Don't venture off trail unless you have a plan and are prepared to rescue yourself. Search and rescue response may not take place until the following day. Stay with a group and let a responsible person know your plans. Leave a detailed itinerary with someone you know. If there is an emergency, they might be the only person who can tell the National Park Service where you are.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
We've got a lot of obvious hazards here, but I think one of the greatest hidden hazards is that the weather can change really fast. You can be a total bluebird sunny day. Next thing you know, the clouds will roll in, reduce visibility to almost nothing. You'll get driving snow, blasting wind, and it can create a whiteout, and that's really dangerous to be out in, especially with the edge of the caldera right here.
There are also hazards such as avalanches and cornices throughout the park. A cornice is a formation of snow created by wind. It often forms over steep slopes and can be overhanging. They can easily be broken through if you're not paying attention.
Most of our popular skiing areas and our popular snowshoeing areas are either on or below avalanche terrain. So you want to be aware of the edges. You want to be aware whether you're above or below avalanche terrain. It's incredibly hazardous, and we do get avalanches all the time here.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe meeting type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we're actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
The goal of the Mountain Hemlock Phenology Project is to take the pulse of Crater Lake National Park. This project will span several years and track the change in spring tree growth over time. We don't just want to know if the timing of spring at Crater Lake is changing, we want to know why it might be changing, so we will also be measuring snow depth around the trees. This is how you'll take your measurements in the field. First, find a branch on the study tree and focus on the end of the branch. We're only going to measure a section the size of our hand. Next, look for the buds on the branches. They are really tiny. The dried up tan buds that look like tiny pine cones are pollen cones from last year. Skip over these. You're going to be counting the tiny unopened buds. Early in the season, these will all be tan color. Later in the spring, the cone buds will turn purple and the leaf buds will become hairy. You'll use your data sheet to identify and count the buds. These are the tree's new growth. Make sure you count carefully, the scientists are depending on you. After counting the buds, help the ranger take a snow depth measurement at your study tree. Park scientists think that climate change may be affecting plant growth at Crater Lake. Mountain hemlocks are a tree species adapted to deep snow, and snowfall has been decreasing at Crater Lake. What do you predict? Will trees surrounded by deeper snow produce more or less new growth than trees surrounded by less snow? On behalf of the National Park Service and the global scientific community, thank you for helping us take the pulse of Crater Lake National Park.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
How many letters? 5 letters. Just think about, what am I doing right now? Smile. Smile? Uh-huh. This is so easy.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test at this posted speed limit of 35
Bob
miles
Weeks
per
and
hour.
Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
All right, sounds good. The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to the W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues like transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, public safety, and public lands management. All of these issues are vital to our nation's quality of life and our long-term prosperity. Decisions made by the White House, Congress, and federal courts have a major cascading impact on our ability to lead our communities and pursue a better future. Let's look at why federal policies matter to county government and why county government matters to America. Counties provide vital services that keep our communities thriving and secure. We own and maintain 45% of roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. We own more than a third of the airports and hundreds of hospitals and thousands of courthouses, jails, 911 call centers, and libraries. We play a critical role during emergencies like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. What if you called 911 and no one answered? What if you couldn't reach your medical facility because roads and bridges were in disrepair or never built? County governments are an indispensable part of the infrastructure and services that keep residents safe and connected. But with very limited revenue options under most state constitutions and laws, counties must make every penny count in order to fulfill federal and state mandates and required responsibilities. Nothing is more basic in our society than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us and our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected.
Back on here.
Okay, we're resuming our meeting, and we'll be having a public hearing. And this is on the flood damage prevention ordinance. And Administrator Schroeder.
I'd just like to introduce this subject by stating that we are going to continue the public hearing till the 17th. We noticed it in 2 papers. We sent the notice to 2 papers. It only got in the Reporter. It didn't get in the Coastal.
In the pilot?
Pilot. They made a mistake. We sent it in, so it is in today's paper. And Council Huddle has determined that because we have 2 papers as papers of record, we can't close the public hearing without the second paper having the notice and public and proper notice for 10 days.
So are we going to have part of the public hearing today part on the 17th?
No,
or just
we'll have the public hearing and we'll have the presentation. The 17th will be a formality, which is just in case somebody saw that notice and needs to come in and wants to say something on the 17th.
Okay, so bottom line, we will not be able to vote on the issue until the 17th.
That's correct, and there isn't any hard deadlines on this. I had originally thought we had to report to the state by October 10th. Council Huddle had reviewed it, talked to the FEMA people, and we don't need to report to them until
November 18th. So having it continue to the 17th is no problem whatsoever.
Okay, so we'll present the information today. We'll have John Bischoff, our interim county planning director.
And John, do you want the stuff that's in the packet up on the computer or no?
Well, I think if you have the packet, you know what's in it.
Right, a whole lot of pages.
Yes. And I guess what I need to say is that this is a FEMA requirement, and that if we do not pass this by November 16th, you would not be able to buy flood insurance in the county, anywhere in the county. Because FEMA handles the flood insurance, all flood insurance. There are private agencies that will sell flood insurance, but it's all FEMA flood insurance. So this is a new flood ordinance. Apparently they've expanded their flood zones in certain areas. But the ordinance does not change anything that can go into those zones. It's just how they go into the zones. And if anybody wants to know if their property is in the flood zone or not, in a new flood zone, there's a website. It's long, but they can go to it. It's FEMA.gov/national.
So would that help if we put it on our website and you could just direct the people to go to the website? Yes.
Yeah, so there's 2 things here. We will link this onto the website with the packet from today. In addition, I have talked to our GIS provider, and they will be downloading the files to have an overlay on the county website for GIS so you could see your property and the updated FEMA maps. That should not take more than a week or so.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
And that's about all I have, unless you have questions about the changes, which I hope I can answer, because I actually didn't work on this, but.
Well, I'm just going to kind of give a bottom line here. People will be unable to get flood insurance if they're in a floodplain if we do not pass this ordinance.
That's
and not
correct.
only that, they will not be able to get financing through a bank if they don't have that flood insurance. So the only people who would be able to buy homes in a floodplain would be those with cash offers.
That's right.
Okay, I just thought that needed to be emphasized. Does anybody else have any comments or questions? Council Huddle?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I wanted to try. So when John Bischoff was mentioning the website, the long website, it's this website right here. And then what I'd like to try to do is here it says view and obtain flood maps. And so you go to the FEMA's, Federal Emergency Management Agency administration. And so they handle disasters on a federal level. And then to search for an address or place, if anyone wants to find out, I'm typing on my computer and I can't type it in from here.
John,
Bischoff, can you type in Curry County, Oregon on the computer keyboard at your place there?
Could you actually type in your home address if you want it there?
You might be able to type, it says enter an address, but
Yeah, you can type in your home address because I played with it. But you have to put in Curry County, Oregon because it could be, or at least Curry County because it could be any place in Oregon.
Right.
Why don't you type in Curry County, Oregon in that
Okay.
space bar there. So if you all in the audience wanted to find out where the Federal Emergency Management Agency has designated on your property, whether you're in a floodplain or not, which would then indicate what kind of building you can put on your property and those kind of things. So you can punch in Curry County, Oregon, it'll pull up the map for Curry County, Oregon, and here it is right here.
Can you pull, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we'll try to zoom in a little bit.
And that gives you each of the panels.
This looks like Gold Beach right here. That looks like the Rogue River. So then what the Federal Emergency Management Agency has done is they've created flood plain zones. Whoa, what just happened there? Hold on a second.
It's that mouse.
It could be the mouse. There it is, good. Okay. So what we've got is they've got all these zones, they've got these heights on I'm trying to remember what these things are called. These
Contour.
gradients. The contours. And then they've decided that this is a floodway zone, AE, and in given zone AE, there's certain restrictions from the text of what you can build in those flood zones. So it's really how likely is the area to be inundated. Here's some area here where they've shown, they've just marked them differently, and then they've got a legend. So this is just a map, but you guys could do this. All I did was get on this map and zoom in and zoom out. You can go to where your place is and find out. And so what the function of this public hearing today is to let people know that this map is proposed, and the county, FEMA wants us to adopt it by November 18th. We plan to adopt it by October 17th. And then what this will do is change what you can do on your property, and also I think some of your flood insurance rates that you get from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. But really that's the presentation in a nutshell. Unless the board had questions or the audience has questions, we have a microphone for public comments.
Commissioner Huxley?
Just a comment as far as, like John had mentioned, he wasn't involved in it. This has been ongoing for years, plural. So this was a major task going back and forth. This didn't just take a few months to put together. A big deal, a real big deal.
The other thing you want to point out is if you expand the, if you want to look at a particular flood map, it's the last 4 digits of this number is the map number. So this would be map 70768E. And that, but we won't have the maps until after the 16th. They'll mail them to us once we've adopted the ordinance and got it.
Will those be paper copies down in the
paper
planning
copies
office?
of the maps.
So
yeah, each
Well,
one of
both.
these, if you zoom out a little bit, you see different lines. That represents a different map on the in the county, over the county. So each one of those numbers would be a different map.
And so this will become a matter of what's called legislation in our county. And before we could adopt this piece of legislation, meaning this will become a law which regulates, you know, what conduct you can do on your land. And before we could adopt this, we had to put out a newspaper notice advertising that we were having this public hearing today. We advertised in 2 newspapers, the News, I think the Curry County Reporter up north, and then the
Pilot.
The Curry Coastal Pilot down south. And what happened is the Reporter published the advertisement for today's hearing, but the Pilot didn't. And so by law, we have to give at least 10 days notice. And that's why earlier on you heard we're going to be coming back and continuing this matter until the 17th, so that if anyone sees it in the Reporter, they can come. Believe it or not, there's a process you can go through the federal government. If you say, well, I've lived in my property for 30 years and it's never been flooded, so your hash marks are wrong, there's a process for you to go through to change the designation of how bad your property could be flooded.
So you could appeal that decision if you wanted. Come on up.
Identify yourself. And
I think she's the teacher, so.
I am the teacher. I'm Phoebe Skinner. I live here in Gold Beach. I had a question. So since we're here out of our school day and my work day, so if somebody's not able to attend, are they able to submit written inquiries or comments to the meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
And if so, how?
Email is also okay. So that's a great question, because we're here during the workday. Not everyone can come during the workday. So we do allow written comments to be submitted, and email has been fine.
And the public notice had the email address. In this case, it went to Mr. Bischoff, but there's a general email for the county, BOC_office at the county extension. That's short for Board of Commissioners. And so that gets read by 3-4 of us that we see questions that come in.
I'm gonna try something here. You guys are from Pacific High, so I want to try to see if I can't get this map
See if they're in a flood zone.
See if Pacific High is going to get wiped out by a tsunami, something like that. Driftwood, yeah.
You probably could just go back and put in Pacific High School and it might come up.
Oh, that'd be, I don't know why our map's gone blue screen on me, but I think you guys are close to here somewhere.
I would bet you're in a tsunami zone.
No.
The high school?
I think the high school might be clear, but we'll see.
Well, here we are. I thought your high school
By the way, Port
was
Orford
pretty
is,
low, though.
Port Orford is 45 feet above sea level, I think. Brookings is 58, something like that.
Why are we blue? Stop being blue.
Must be water.
Maybe if you zoom out and see if Commissioner Gold was right, if you zoom out a little bit.
So here's our tech support. Charles Douglas from Brandt Media. Reload
That's why he
the
gets
page.
the big bucks. Yeah.
Yeah, just type in Pacific High and see what happens.
No, they're not in Gold Beach. Oh, no. Are you sixes
Oh, no.
with sixes? Sixes, Port Orford sixes.
What is it? 45525 US-101. Langlois. I mean Langlois.
Langlois. Hmm.
Yeah, you're only, what, 7 miles north of Langlois, so.
No, they're south, aren't you?
South of Langlois.
South of Langlois, yeah.
Huh. No, I don't know what that is. There's some cranberry bogs.
You're close. It's Airport Road right up
there.
there.
You go. Find the airport.
There's the
We're
airport.
right on the other side of the airport.
So there's the airport, so you guys are going to be...
It's in the corner of yeah, over towards the right.
Hold on. Right? Yeah, what? You want to work the mouse here? Here you go. Here's the mouse. You can go up to the podium.
Now the true techies come out.
Now, can you zoom? Okay, now let's see if
There you
anything...
go.
Okay, let's see.
Track.
Now let's see what happens here. So that says area of minimal flood hazard. Do you see that writing there? Area of minimal flood hazard? So if we have a tsunami, you guys still have to go to school.
Oh, all right.
But now
Big help.
let's see how close you are to any kind of a... It's pretty steep around here. Cape Blanco juts up pretty high. I don't know that, and this is on a bluff. I think, so you guys, I think actually this airport is sitting up pretty high. It's got a long runway for emergencies. I think it's an asset that we plan on using. Thank you for your assistance. That's all really I had. Part of this is a little bit off topic, but really that shows in actuality how this would work. If somebody wanted to know whether their land was in a floodplain or not, we would have been able, they could have come here, said, where's my property? We could have zoomed in, could have told them what was going on, and they would know.
Well, it makes it more interesting for the kids, so
Well,
we're all about that today.
Sure.
Any other questions of John Bischoff?
I'm just going to interject for a second. Julie Swift here is our HR director, and so she's going to take the high school group and go over across the street to the DA and then to juvenile, and then you'll come back.
All right.
Thank you for
Thanks,
dropping
everybody.
by.
Go Pirates!
Okay, we're at the point in our public hearing where we will accept
Yeah, go ahead,
any
sorry.
public comments. Does anybody have any public comments?
And then we're just going to have to continue this until the 17th.
Okay, hearing no public comments at this point, we will be continuing this hearing until October 17th. Thank you. Okay, we're ready to get back to the meeting.
So that was Port Orford High School?
That was Port Orford High School. I think it's Pacific High School, though.
Yes.
I think they're
But it's
defending,
north of...
Port, yeah.
Yeah.
defending state champs in basketball
Yeah.
and maybe track.
This year?
Yep.
Wow, good for them. Okay, number 13, requesting county funds for travel to November 2018 AOC, Association of Oregon Counties Annual Meeting for the Commissioner-elect. So, Mr. Schroeder.
All right, commissioners, you had asked, we brought this up for discussion, or maybe somebody brought it up for discussion in the last meeting. I was asked to research and come back with this. If you notice on the memo, page 2 of the document, there's a new commissioner orientation started on Tuesday, November 13th at 9 a.m., which is an additional $75 to the normal registration fee of $75. There's also a dinner that night, which is $60. The OC recommends that new commissioners attend all 3 days, which would be $475 plus the aforementioned additions. The Hilton, where the conference is located, is booked. There are other hotels around that are available. Brenda had informed me recently that there's another hotel that will honor the $118 price that the Hilton has. So these are just estimates of what it would cost. These are obviously not what's there. So if the board so directs that they want a commissioner-elect to attend, we would basically tentatively make a hotel reservation that we could basically cancel, but we most likely put it in my name because we don't know who's going to win.
Okay.
And then we would transfer that over, and then the conference we'd register for and do that. One of the considerations for the board to consider would be, if you look further down, the commissioner's travel budget for 2018-19, which go to June 30th, is $4,500. Expenses so far, as of August 31st, were $1,549. Commissioner Boyce has submitted his request for going to the conference, $475 plus a hotel, plus travel. Then the commissioner-elect, if the commission wants to have a commissioner-elect go, that would leave a balance of $1,106, roughly speaking, until June 30th of 19. So that would be my only, caveat, which is it might be, it might crimp the travel for the rest of the year.
Mr. Huxley?
I had a question, going back from memory, and a question for County Council. I know we had talked, it might have been last year, it might have been the year before, on travel expenses for elect individuals. In other words, they have not been sworn into office. And you came back or had an opinion at that time, I'm being real vague here, but that there was nothing, or I want to say commissioner-elect might have been the proper term, but when we were looking at, and I don't remember who we were talking about, you know, specifically, and that wasn't important anyway for our discussion. It was for a commissioner-elect. I know when I went, I just paid for it when I went in November of 2014. Okay, I guess it would have been. But I know we've, you know, talked about that before. I know we had.
Well, if you're wondering whether it's legal to spend the money on this purpose.
Well, I don't want to say so much if it's legal, but it came into, you know, was it acceptable to spend money for a individual that had not been sworn into office yet? And that was the question. I think it was the topic was commissioner-elect, I believe, but it could be any elected official, I guess. Or
Sure, and our general rules are that we have to spend money for a public purpose and then not for anyone's private pecuniary gain. And I know you're saying you purchased it with your own funds. I'm not sure if you requested reimbursement why you chose to do that.
That's incidental to the subject too.
Well,
really,
it sort of is, but again, you know, I think once you have a commissioner-elect, and by the way, if I'm not mistaken, AOC has recommended that the county send commissioners-elect to the conference. So
that was the case when I went.
It's not hard to say that it's a public purpose is being met. And then I think also that it's not a personal benefit to whoever is the commissioner-elect. I don't believe they would be going to this conference, you know, without having been elected. So they're not, and they're doing it for a public purpose. And the gain is to the county to have the commissioner-elect educated and brought up to speed on all the topics that they'll be covering. So I think it's very easy to declare that it's a public purpose, and I don't see, and if to me it would be the individual elected officials' question to perhaps even a OGEC, you know, whether this is a benefit to them personally from their position. And that could cut both ways. Maybe OGEC would say, hey, you're not even an elected official, so the ethics laws don't apply until you get sworn in. It's really an in-betweener, but I think from the county's end, we can easily justify the public purpose, and that seems to be the consensus of the AOC organization itself. Not that I defer to them, but it's just adds weight. And then from the personal, I don't see how anyone's gaining, you know, a personal expense. So I I think the county can justify the expense publicly.
Commissioner
Administrator Schroeder, you had mentioned if that's done, how much would be left as, now, these numbers are as of August, is that correct?
Yeah, as of August 31st. We don't have September done. Roughly $1,100.
That would be left going into September, but we don't have
Yeah. We don't have September, and I'm adding Boyce's travel
yeah,
to
okay,
the.
I did
And then,
hear.
yeah, so that's why those numbers are not
Okay.
the same. So. I know Commissioner Boyce, you talked to Mr. Posh. Did he express interest in doing this if he were elected?
Yes. Jerry Lynn Thompson not got back to me, but she knows that I really would encourage her to go, either one of them. And for obvious reasons that has been communicated here.
Yeah,
so.
and whatever we would register for, we would basically be able to cancel and not expend money if the commissioner-elect decided they couldn't travel. But I think one of the issues we just want to make sure that if they were elected, that they're aware of it, so they didn't schedule a vacation or something during that time.
The county paid my way 2 years ago. Yeah. Well, both years actually. Neither time have I stayed at Hilton. I stayed with Friend once, and I can't remember. Anyway, we can cut that back, and I think that's been my
So I guess
obligation all along.
At this point, we're not expending any money. I guess I'm just looking for, a consensus or a direction. Does the board think we should make reservations for a commissioner-elect?
Like you said, they can cancel out for any reason they decide they don't want to go.
And
but
if I don't hear any strong objections, I'm just going to carry forth with that.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, consolidation of dispatch services study with City of Brookings.
Okay,
Mr. Schroeder.
so I will start and Mr. Huddle will finish. This has been an ongoing issue for the last couple months here. There was a proposal that was started by Administrator Gary down in
Milliman.
Milliman?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Down in Brookings, and the University of Portland has a $35,000 study that we would share. We're recommending sharing with Brookings to decide what it would take to consolidate the dispatch operations between Brookings and the county. Council Huddle had sent them a proposed IGA, and they had sent back a couple revisions to that on Thursday and Friday when Council Huddle was gone. And you have those documents. It's JJ sent that out. It's revision number 14D. I will highlight the only thing that they added was in section 2, page 1, scope of services. They expanded on basically would be section 2A, subsection 1, consolidation at city, consolidation at county, and formation of separate entities as a potential option for systems configurations and governance. And then the advantages or disadvantages for each scenario within the city or the county. So though that's the only change, and Council Huddle says that, and we ran this by Sheriff Ward, and he was not concerned about those. We think that would have been part of the study anyway, but now it's spelled out, so that would be part of the IGA we have with Brookings, directing the university to come back with those that information.
Council Huddle, did you have something to add to that?
Nope, the overall gist of the agreement, again, I do, I guess, have something to add, but what Administrator Schroeder said was this started with a letter between Gary Milliman at the City of Brookings and Portland State University, where Portland State wrote a letter to Mr. Milliman saying what they'd be willing to do on this dispatch study. What we wanted to do here was just make sure that it was not essentially a Brookings-centric study, since
in other words, biased.
Well, again, the initial overture was between Gary, the City of Brookings, and we want to participate in it, but we want to just participate in it equally. And so that's how we wrote the agreement. Brookings didn't have any problem with that. It sets up that if there's meetings between Portland State and the county and the city, that they all happen at the same time. that everyone shares all their dispatch information with each other, and that it's a very, like you said, unbiased study. And then all Brookings did was add specific deliverables saying, you'll study a consolidation option located at Brookings, you'll study a consolidation option located at the county, and you'll study forming a new entity, and then advantages and disadvantages of each. I felt like that was implied in the letter that they had presented, but it just made it express. The sheriff was okay with it, and I'm really now starting just to repeat what Mr. Schroeder said, so I'm just gonna stop talking. But we think this is a good way to get going. The board directed to go, so we have no reason not to, and we're recommending you approve the agreement as Brookings has modified it.
Okay, and I think it's important for the audience to note that one of the advantages of consolidating is that we would be more apt to get grants necessary to fix our towers, so.
That's possible, and that may be some of the information that, you know, the study will confirm and present in greater detail.
Okay, so hearing all the information, do we have a motion to accept the consolidation of dispatch services study with the city of Brookings?
I motion with the changes that the city wanted to incorporate in the
Okay,
language.
do I have a second?
Second, Commissioner Gold.
Any further discussion? Call for the question?
Aye.
Aye.
Good work. Good work.
Okay, so let's get down to announcements. We have vacancies on the Ambulance Service Activity Advisory Committee, law enforcement position. On the Parks Advisory Committee, taking applications. Planning Commission, one from South and one from North County. I think we took care of the BOPTA today. October 10th is a workshop at 10 a.m. in the hearing room. October 17th, general meeting at 10 a.m. in the hearing room. October 31st, Budget Committee meeting at 10 a.m. in the Commissioner's hearing room. November 7th, general meeting.
Pardon me, sorry. Louise piped in with 9 on that Budget Committee meeting,
Yes.
but this printout says 10.
Yep.
So it's going to be 9 a.m.?
9 a.m. on the 31st, yes.
Is that going to get newspaper notice and that kind of thing, or? Okay, all right, because this is it'll be a public meeting. Good, all right.
Okay. Commissioner Huxley?
I've just one question and then a comment, or I guess one question and a comment followed with a question. On the workshop that's scheduled for the next Wednesday, what topics are on it now?
Right now I have 2 topics. I want to get board information and board direction. We're going to study the ferry hole ramp on the Rogue River. We've discussed this with staff, and I think I'm at the point where I need the board to be informed about what staff has reviewed and their interest in the direction for that particular boat ramp. It's the old ferry, about 5 miles.
That's a commissioner's workshop, right?
Commissioner's workshop.
Thank you.
And then the second thing is I've had a request from Brooklyn Weiss from CCH. She would like to discuss with the county board the possibility of instituting a tobacco business license within the county. The state precludes counties from putting county tax on tobacco products or alcohol products at a county level, but a business license is something that other counties within the state have developed in order to more closely monitor or regulate tobacco sales. You could do things such as hours of operation, places, distances, but she basically is the tobacco prevention specialist, although I'm not sure exactly that's her title, but that's what I see her do. And she would like to discuss this with the board.
So where would those tax monies go? Just
There aren't
curious.
any money. It's not a taxing issue.
Okay, but the business license or?
Yeah, the business license would be, would the county want to develop regulations for licensing tobacco products at the county level besides what you have at the state level, obviously.
So she'll be presenting all the information next week.
Yeah, I really don't have anything. That I've given you every information I know about it right now.
Okay,
so.
she could tell us where money is.
Yeah,
submitted for
I don't have
publication?
any. I've exhausted myself.
But she'll be submitting materials for publication and a packet and everything? And
By the end of today.
Okay.
Yep. So that will be in the packet on Friday.
Okay. Commissioner Huxley?
You just, I guess, normally I associate, call it what you want, a fee I normally associate when anybody mentions they want to put a business license on. There's usually a tax that is tied to that. So, but we'll find out.
We'll find out more. Yeah. I don't know if there would be a licensing fee or just a requirements like a zoning ordinance. You have to comply with it. I don't know.
On the notices, how are these noticed? And that because of the comments on the Board of Property Tax Appeal application, when we have these other notices for various applications, how are they? We see them here, but how many people read the county agenda?
I would assume everybody in the county.
Okay.
Just like they watch these
So
meetings.
how
You didn't
do you
smile
try?
like
It was so lame. It didn't even. Now I'm smiling. But
okay.
Oh no.
But realistically, how do we get things out from?
Well,
from
they're on our
applications
they're on our
to-
website also.
to-
So we put them on the front page of the website under news when we have current openings. Some of these openings, I mean, like the Parks Advisory Committee, JJ, when are we done applicating for that?
Well, committee's official October 16th.
Okay, so we got to get it. We got to get October 16th would be the deadline for putting in applications for that.
How many applications do we have so far? 4. Okay.
And I just talked to all the students that were here, and hopefully maybe some of them will want to join.
The reason let me ask a question then to go with this, because I don't think it hits a big target market on any of these, from advisories to positions openings. What do the papers have? I know they have free sections that you can get different things noticed. But I would, and I don't know enough to talk more than that intelligently, but I would sure encourage, to at least ask them, for topics like this, what is available that
Maybe
for
you could do a
publication
news
in the
release.
papers.
Well,
so we don't have to pay for
we have the news releases in the past. The other thing I could think
But
of
they
is
have other areas. I just can't remember what they call it. In
notices.
the,
Bulletin board, but
but they have other areas.
No, I think it's all worth investigating. The other thing I was just thinking with, Carl's gone, but, putting something on the voices that just says.
I have
here's-
one other question since we're talking about publication. On this public hearing where the pilot did not publish like they should have, are they going to pay for the extra publication we have to spend money on for?
No, my understanding of my conversations with them yesterday, they were not going to charge us for the public notice that needs to go in. They're going to not charge us for it, I guess.
Okay.
Because it didn't go in last time, so that was.
But the error was on their.
The error was on their part. Yeah, they readily admitted that they made an error.
Council Huddle?
Well, you mentioned Carl King. So the experience I've had with boards and committees, a lot of times the commissioners themselves would go, try to buttonhole somebody or, personally try to talk someone into being on a board or commission. Like if it was a parks commission, then the parks director would go around to organizations, parks users, those kind of things. Up in my neck of the woods, our local government posts at the bulletin board in the post office saying that there's openings on boards and commissions for their, local government. And there's, certainly a lot of bulletin boards. There's library bulletin boards, post office bulletin boards, supermarket bulletin boards that I don't think charge anything. And so those could be options to post for advertising of the openings. But really my experience is that the people, the planning director would try to find planning people, the parks director would try to find parks people, and all of the elected officials would try to find people interested as well, like the assessor could probably find some BOPTA people, those kind of things. So any, you know, the sheriff could find people to be on tax advisory committees. I think he did, and maybe even on the CBAC or something. So you all know as many folks out in the community as anybody, so a lot of times word of mouth is the other way these things happen.
Actually, that's the best way to have things happen,
Well,
in my opinion.
It's tried and true.
Yeah. But I
Mr. Huxley?
think that the county can do much more to get it out to more people, and
with little more expense.
But little to no expense, correct? With just these examples that we talked about. There's
There you
another
go.
one, social media.
I don't know that the county has a Facebook page. And
Well, I say social media. I don't know that, you know, but online more or something.
Yeah, we have, some of our individual departments have Facebook pages,
Yeah.
such as
I think we could
emergency
get it out a lot
management,
more, to
the
a lot more
sheriffs,
people.
and juvenile and other things, but the county itself as a whole doesn't have one.
Well, we've got a web page, so.
Yeah, but we don't have a Facebook page, yeah.
Okay, so administrator updates. Mr. Schroeder.
Okay, I have a couple things here. There was, and I see that Commissioner Huxley has the same piece of paper I do, so I will talk about it a little bit, and he can finish up later. This is a email that came back from our auditing firm, Polly Rogers, and this basically is in referencing to the minutes. We had the discussion last time concerning should the county have written minutes. And I know the general direction I'm pointing staff is the board kind of wanted to wait until new direction came back from the state. I guess they're going to have some new interpretations or new recommendations concerning how counties and cities should record and store minutes. I'll just give a couple sentences in here that, you know, these are the financial auditors, and they're limiting and expressing their opinions to financial matter reporting, as well as a very limited set of non-financial compliance matters. And you'd have like internal controls and other things auditors would do, as you're well aware of. So in their regards, I'm just going to say they feel they're interpreting the specific wording of the ORS statute is for legal professionals and outside the scope of what financial auditors do. That being said, when they do the financial audit for us, they want a review of an entity's minutes for materials of financial matter. So they don't really care that much about what we say about the travel policy. You know, they're not looking at those. They're looking at how are we deciding and documenting the financial decisions that the county makes in written format. That's what they're looking at. They basically have that they want discussions should be summarized as a financial auditor could have, but if we don't do that, they could budget staff time and require to view and transcribe hundreds of hours of meetings. However, doing that would require increasing the audit fees by tens of thousands of dollars for the hundreds of hours work that would be needed. So, you know, so that being said, I think that's fairly reassuring of the direction which we are going, which is just continue taking written minutes, and we'll wait until the state comes out with, you know, the expected new language, and if there's anything change in that, we can address that at that time or make changes. So I'll continue, and then you, if you want to finish up on that?
Well, yeah, if I may, you missed the most important sentence that they had in the whole thing.
He was trying to get there.
Okay. No, I think you were finished, weren't you?
I was finished on that, yeah.
That's what I thought. And what they said, this finding, which is best practice, okay? So they're not saying that this is right or that's right, but you do need written minutes. But they went on because this was totally contrary to what we've heard in some of these meetings previously from certainly Accountant Kallstrom, from yourself also, says that the finding, which is best practice, does not, and they've underlined not, alter our overall audit opinion and has no impact on the ability of the county to qualify for grants, consider future long-term debt, interest rates, etc. Because I think that the statements, again, the statements has been made, if we don't do written minutes, it will hurt our credit, rating, etc., etc. And they're not saying that. They're saying to the contrary.
It's best practices.
Yeah, they're saying, they're emphasizing that it won't.
Yeah, but it's best practices, yes.
Okay.
Okay. I've been working on Title III reauthorize.
I had a question.
Mr.
I
Boyce?
have a quick question. I just had a little secure feeling you headed toward some kind of a compromise that, based on the auditor's recommendation there, we could actually just record written minutes on what we learn that they are needing and not everything else, because we still have the video backup. That would save us some money. Is that something to consider?
Well, it's something to consider. My recommendation is to have written minutes, because let's say 10 years from now they want to talk. What did you guys talk about regarding this land use decision you just made? Somebody's not going to want to go through 4 hours of videos to see what.
They're still going to, if they want the actual one step removed from one person's interpretation.
Yeah.
So has that happened in the last 10 years though?
Well, let's wait to see what the state has to say.
Thank you.
Can I make one comment? JJ, I think in the minutes you have put times where this stuff occurs. Is that correct?
Based on your recommendation.
Okay, and so an individual that wanted to get more detail wouldn't have to listen to the whole thing. They could just go to that time.
Very good. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to mention that so that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm working on, Kallstrom and I, we're working on reauthorizing Title III money. There was an authorization of Title III money for Firewise projects basically last November. In anticipation of money coming in the winter and the spring of this year, the money that came from Title III was not what was expected, and so we're going to reauthorize it. So we're going to decrease what we have for projects. So we're working with Coos Fire Protection Association and Harbor Fire District to look at the projects that we had granted them authorization to spend money on, and they're figuring out where they're at in the projects, what would it take to finish the projects, and then also what else we're going to have the money directed towards county operations, which would be search and rescue, towers, and those other things. And so I just wanted the board to know that we're working on that, and we'll come back with further information for you, hopefully at the next meeting on the 17th.
Could you just explain that one more time? What you're trying to do with the money? Reauthorize? What's that about?
What we're going to do is basically correct an order. So there was an order that authorized Title III money last November.
That for spending on different projects.
On projects,
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And the money that came in was not the money that was authorized. It's less.
Okay.
And so we're basically going to correct the order to align with the money that did come in.
Okay, but the largest, there were one or two of the largest by far, the lion's share went to the sheriff department for, way the lion's share.
Yes, and we're probably going to still stick with that methodology, but we don't want it, there was a project that was started, there's a project that was started and they stopped working on it up in the Indian Hills neighborhood. And so what we're trying to find out is what would it take to button that down or finish that project up, because we don't want to leave something just half done.
Dollar-wise, not to the dollar or anything, what are we talking? We were talking $1 million or $1 million plus, weren't we, to start with?
It was not. You can go up. It was like $960,000, $930,000 that was allocated, and we basically this past spring we got in $168,998, and we're anticipating that, and we're checking with Rocky McVeigh on this. We're anticipating that we'd probably get around 90% of that this spring or this winter.
90% of the total
of the 168,000 that we already received.
Okay.
And so that would basically leave it in the 150,000. So we're basically talking around, instead of over 900, we're talking around 300. Am I within the ballpark?
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Okay.
960 or
I was
70,000
thinking, $1 million.
was obligated last November, and what we're looking at is that we really only have about a total of 320,000.
And that was over a period that had been, I don't want to use the word accrued, but this happened over a period of time, and as I understood it, it was like, you better use it or lose it type.
Well, the money that we have,
Comments coming back.
the money that we had over the period of time is already obligated. So this money that you did last November was for the new money that was coming in. The SRS reauthorization that was for 2 years.
Okay.
But the amount that happened versus the amount that was obligated for that is so different that's what
Yeah, and like I say, I don't have all the details on here. I just wanted to I've gotten some few calls from the Indian Hills neighborhood. This is more of a letting them know that we are studying this. We haven't ignored this issue. We will come back to the board with a recommendation for approval for reallocation or a corrected order.
Okay.
So, Budget Committee. On the 31st, I'm setting up a schedule with the 24 departments, 10-minute slots. We're going to start at 9 a.m. That will take us till about 2:30. And at 2:30, between 2:30 and 4 or 2:30 and 5, then Colstrom and I, or anybody else who the Budget Committee wants to talk to, we can get direction for further research and or further reporting and recommendations from the Budget Committee based on what you're doing. So we're looking for a short 10-minute interaction with the department head. Are you on track? If you're not on track, why? And right now we have the July and August revenue and expense statements. They went out to the Budget Committee and to the commissioners, and we're shooting to have the September statements done by October 24th in order to give the Budget Committee and the commissioners 1 week to look at the documentations beforehand.
Commissioner Huxley?
Are those on the county finance webpage yet? I know they were not the last time I looked, but it's been a few days. I know they weren't, but I'm not going to say they aren't now. But if there aren't, they need to for the public.
Code enforcement updates. We're going to have a report, and I guess from the board perspective, if you want more detail, I can point you in the direction into an internal document. But we basically opened the month of September with 8 open cases. We got 4 new complaints in, and we had resolutions on 2. We sent out 3 warnings. No citations were issued, and we're ending with a count of 12. And they're just going to keep adding up. So we have talked to, right now this is just on a spreadsheet, and the commissioners have access to this on a common drive, so they can look at it. If you're a citizen and you're concerned if your case is on there, you can either contact me or Dave Fortman, or the commissioners have access to that website, to that spreadsheet. The other thing we're looking at in the future, if all of a sudden we start getting hundreds of these complaints, I have talked to Penny and Shelley downstairs. One of their permit software programs has a code enforcement module that we could put in, and basically proprietary software that we'd put in that would track it. So we're going to just grow with this and learn as we go. So,
Commissioner Huxley?
You mentioned these are on an internal drive. Are these public records? I assume they are. You wouldn't be sharing them with any employee or any and every employee that has access to the drives.
Well, let's see. We have, when I'm looking at the spreadsheet, they have the individuals' names, the complainant's names, address, telephone numbers, email addresses. I would, in my limited knowledge base, I would say this would not be something that we would post on the internet as a public record without being redacted.
And yet it's available to any employee.
Well, it's
That's a quick
it's on the common drive.
On the common drive.
But part of that is because there are multiple departments that are going to be looking at.
I understand.
This.
I understand. I'm just saying if it's
planning gets complaints.
Understand.
Building inspection gets complaints. Public health. So multiple departments have to look at it.
It's easy to correct that if you need to go.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that may be something we can look into. I'll work with Council Huddle to find out.
Thank you, and let us know
if this is if a file that is open to employees,
which it is,
is available for being on the website. I think that's two different standards.
I don't.
Well, and we do have to be careful about publishing.
Yes,
yeah.
This is not something we put on the internet. Went down to Brookings City Hall, talked to them about the Social Security bar. We're still working on that at the staff level. Met with Rocky McVeigh about Title III, Title II monies. Been working with Beth Barker Hidego on the Colvin building lease. I've taken, after staff meetings, I've taken that on, so I will be tweaking with her the uses and the monetary aspects of the leasing for that building. And I am supportive of that project, and I would hope that Beth and I could come to a mutual agreement on this resource center. And I'll come back to the board with greater detail and a lease for review. Went to the Veteran Summit. I have been working on a motor pool review. So I basically, with Diana Carpenter, I got all the mileage on different vehicles up here and looking at, how the vehicles are utilized and do we want to utilize them more or get rid of them? Some of them that don't get used an awful lot. So I'll be coming to the board and letting you know on that. We also have been reviewing copiers, so I've been collecting. Sina has a very nice spreadsheet in the copiers. We have multiple different copier leases, so we're going to be putting together to see would it be beneficial for the county to go out for a general RFP to have one copy company with a master lease. It would take a while to get there because we have leases that expire all over the place, and they'd have to either be bought out. So it's a complex issue, but I'm trying to see if could we save money by going with a single copy company for the whole county.
As long as you're talking about saving money, have you ever looked at cell phone usage and?
Yeah, I get a.
That's a pretty big bill every month.
I get a bill every month on it, and I review that bill. Right now, there isn't any. It's pretty much just a standard charge. I see individual usage as far as how many megabytes of data is used, and if I have a question with it, I'll reach out to that employee and find out is that a legitimate use and stuff like that. So I review that bill.
Yeah, I guess my only question is it necessary for the number of people having them that have them? I haven't,
Okay. Had a meeting with on the towers with Day Wireless. We met with them. They have basically a three-phased proposal that we're looking at. They give the same proposal evidently like a couple of years ago or a year and a half ago, and the county didn't do anything on it, and now that time is gone and we're in worse shape because the equipment is no longer repairable or replaceable because it's out of date. So they're double checking their numbers and tweaking them and updating them, and we'll come back to the board hopefully within the next month with a recommendation for a path to basically update the tower equipment so we have reliable communications not only for the county but also for ambulances and fire districts and everybody else. It's an expensive fix, and it's going to be a hard decision to look at.
Commissioner Huxley?
Back a year and a half or whatever ago it was, also a question was raised as to the current technology of satellites. And they were going to look into that and get back to us, and I understood in writing.
We did discuss that at our meeting.
I've never seen it yet.
We discussed it in our meeting, and the consensus of the group was that the technology isn't there. It's not much different than, not having a view of a satellite. When you go around a corner, you go into the woods, you don't have communication. The sheriff, is, along with ambulances and everybody else. The problem is this is just not a county issue, individual entity I'm talking about. It's also all the other people who utilize this same technology.
Yeah, and sometimes it is spotty. I'll have to agree with that. Commissioner Boyce?
Just turnover at day wireless, that might be something that's making it a little more difficult for you too. We may have had I think they've had 2 or 3 leave in the last, kind of been moved on to better options or whatever. So I don't know if you're dealing with new people or not, but that might help you understand if it is less productive on that aspect.
So if I may, one more question on that, because again, I never saw the follow through way before your time that was promised. Are you saying that the consensus was, or your understanding was, that there are not sufficient number of satellites up there, which is different than technology?
Their feeling was, and the sheriff's feeling also, was that viewing the satellites in a wooded area is not conducive to good coverage. If you're out, let's say, you might have a different decision if you were out in Arizona, but
maintaining the signal here.
Maintaining the signal
so
is
you're
a tough
you're saying
thing.
it's the number of satellites then?
Yeah, you're right. Probably. I don't know.
And not the technology.
I drive around in my car with a satellite radio, and
right.
GPS.
It's like
spotty.
in and out.
GPS.
It's no different than communication.
It just depends on,
yeah.
What satellites are feeding that particular communication.
One of the things I sent out to the department heads this past week is I had IT send out pictures of the distribution list for emails. So there's like 50 distribution lists or something like that on emails. And the best we could come up with was basically just taking photos of them. And I'm having the department heads look at those to try to clean those up. And at a future department head meeting, we'll go through and talk about how do we want to clean up those distribution lists, because I don't think they get a lot of maintenance. Lastly, I have 2 requests for travel here. If you could just pass these down. In your travel ordinance, one of the things is that...
Same amount, or did I get...
They're different. One is for the 3rd and one is for the 19th.
Okay, but the same dollar amount.
Same dollar amount. Yeah, both go to the same place. So on the you probably have read that this week there was an arraignment for a citation that I had given to Commissioner Boyce.
Did you say vacation?
What did I say?
Did you say citation? No. Okay, thank you. Sorry, my apologies.
Okay. I gave you a vacation.
Yeah.
So anyway, just so people know, so an arraignment is just like a Law and Order, or you come in, you talk to the judge. Are you pleading guilty or innocent? And if you're going to plead, not guilty, you basically would set a trial, and then you bring your evidence forward at that. So in this case, Commissioner Boyce and I were there. Commissioner Boyce, pled not guilty to this, and it was a violation of the travel policy, which, was needing board approval for travel outside the county. So what you have before you here is just 2. I know Mr. Boyce is going to be going to a AOC meeting on the 8th and to the O and C counties meeting on the 19th. And I'm trying to just kind of not fight about this issue. I'm just looking for board approval for these 2 travel things, so there's board approval for it.
Commissioner Huxley?
Before we go there, I'd like to ask you a question just so I get a date down. When you said that there was an arraignment for citation, what day was that?
Monday.
This past Monday?
Yep, they have arraignments every
October
Monday
1st.
at 9 a.m. You should go over there someday. It's just filled full
Well, you
of
made a
people.
comment 3 weeks ago, or that you were going over the next Monday.
Yeah.
But, okay, so we
had to get it on the court docket.
okay, so that was October 1st.
Yes.
And was the date set?
November 27th at 9:30.
November.
If I'm remembering correctly.
7th.
I did not write that down, but I'm pretty sure on that.
When's Thanksgiving? Close to me? Oh, earlier than, okay, November 27th at 9:30.
Yeah.
Is, bear with me here. Are one of the presiding judges going to hear it, or did they both recuse themselves?
It was on, there was video Polycom from Coos.
So they've,
County.
okay, so it's going to be with Coos County. Thank you. May I on this?
Sure.
Okay, so these are two meetings outside of Curry County, correct?
Yes. And I'm
That
just
fall within-
seeking board
okay.
approval for this.
Okay, but they fall within, it's a nice change, you know, but they fall within the current policy, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
so normally, if this wouldn't be required, I'm not saying it shouldn't, you know, given the background, but if we were following the rules, we wouldn't even be talking about these, because there wouldn't be one that existed because it
Well, we
falls
have an
within the
ordinance, and
power.
this is what we're going to do now.
Pardon
me? We have an ordinance, and so this is how we're going to follow it.
Okay, so that's going to, but is the ordinance say that we have to do this for
Yes.
all?
Out of county.
Okay, out of county, okay.
Yes, yep,
Okay.
yep.
I have it, I've looked at it, but I haven't
Yeah. yes,
clearly
yeah,
read it
so-
thoroughly. Okay, okay. So, yeah, I don't
Okay.
have a problem with it.
Great.
So did you want a motion to that effect, or just a consensus?
I think
or-
just a consensus. We're not,
Sure.
this is not a resolution, there's not an order. I think this will just be a.
I'm glad to see there's the proper
This will
paperwork.
just be a
Do we,
routine
yeah,
thing.
and do we need to sign here?
Um,
It's got a
I
signature.
got a signature down there, yeah, so maybe just sign it and pass it down.
Okay. Should we pass, okay, we'll do the same document, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, month is October.
The Citizens Revenue Task Force, finally, for my last update, I will be reaching out to the individuals on there and putting out a meeting request through like Doodle, which is a site where you can do scheduling. So I'll probably put out a number of dates to try to schedule this, and we'll have our organizing meeting. We will, obviously, it'll be just like any other, planning committee or whatever. We will have a notice. We'll be taking minutes, and we'll be running it according to order. So I just wanted to let you know that that will be out there, and I'll be working on that.
There you go.
Labor negotiations. I'm also working on that. So I'm working on the 223, which is the road, which is the sheriff, and I'm also working on the 206, which is the road crew. The road crew union, we're still working on setting the initial contract language, and so we're massaging that document. And the 223 law enforcement union, we're basically working within the confines of what the board has given direction for in negotiating the financial aspect of it. That's it.
Good.
Oh,
So we'll get to commissioners' reports.
What? Oh, I will be out of county Friday and Monday. And so I'll be appointing and and we're not going to the same spot though. We both are going to the Midwest. And so county administrator, if there's an emergency that has to have some sort of authorization from a county administrator, Kallstrom will be the authorizing agent delegee on Friday, and Swift will be the delegee on Monday.
And you're going to put out an email to all the
Yeah, I
employees
put out
about
an email
that?
to the department heads when I do that. I do that
All right,
usually
yeah.
tomorrow.
Good.
Commissioner Huxley?
May we have that we've passed through, may we get just a photocopy back for
Certainly.
records of that, of those two documents?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Where'd they go?
We're all
That
going
way.
that way.
These?
Yep.
You mean to sign them now?
Okay, we'll finish up with commissioner updates. Commissioner Boyce, you are first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the 4 words I've been for 2 months most anxious to hear. We are winding up hoses. We're still not completely out of the woods, for lack of a better term, but we have a 90% chance of maybe half of inch rain on Friday. And so we've already had about a 1/4 inch. We're presently at our 6th 2-week team. I've got to know all these people very well, and to watch how this has been handled. That's why I put my 2 hats up here. I've worn these hats proudly because the level of commitment and cooperation and honest, sincere work between the Oregon Department of Forestry and the Forest Service is so much. It's the exact opposite of last year, the Chetco Bar fire. Compared to the 9 homes we lost on the CBF fire, the intensity and stress level went up with Agnes, but we were never really any closer than at the very most of, actually my place and across at Oak Flat, about 2.5 to 3 miles. So we just need to get through the next few days, and then we have quite a rainy period coming up for the next 10 days. I want to mention the BEAR report. That stands for Burn Area Emergency Response. When they came in last year, and I won't take too long, 10 minutes absolutely at the most, I think, with the information I have here. The total between these 2 fires, well, let me see, when the fire was contained in the Chetco Bar, it was just under 80. This fire is already over $82 million. And that's pretty painful to a lot of people in this county, obviously. Most of the fires are actually in Josephine County, as you know, but it's still our backyard. And this is one of the most, you've heard me say before, one of the most unique, diverse, wild, beautiful forest in North America. So we've lost a tremendous amount of evergreens in our wilderness area, all the above. One of the biggest issues that we have is trying to, and maybe the other good news is there's no more 6:30 a.m. meetings, and I've hardly missed one since the end of July. And that's how I've learned, and that's how I've come out of there every day with confidence that we really are getting honest, direct information from all these teams. And again, not to point fingers, but I know for a fact that was not the case last year. Now there's a couple of teams early on that there's some questions about. That's not my job. I do have people that are researching intensely, and any way we can help the Forest Service now and the Oregon Department of Forestry, especially the ODF budget. The new approach to forest management is just that, forest management, not fire management. If the public is hearing me now, I really think that we're going to see a 5-year period, my hope, that we're not going to have any major fires now. I really believe, maybe that's overconfidence, but some would quickly quip, well, there isn't much left to burn. That's not necessarily true. But if we can keep roads open, and if we can get back into growing big, beautiful forests like we've had here for 2,000 or 3,000 years, that's the answer. And I think we're going to get some help on that. I think, again, there's a tremendous amount of cooperation. The reason I bring up the BEAR report is because that's another very expensive process that comes in, and they're going to be here tomorrow, 10 o'clock. And I'm going in with both eyes wide open, because what happened last year, they come up with these really nice brochures and reports. And then what I want to offer you here, this is a photo that none of the board has seen before. And what we want to understand here is that Sorry, going the wrong way. If you remember the little boy standing on the bank, picture very similar to this. Now you can't see, this is looking kind of northeast, but there are just thousands and thousands of trees. And what upsets our citizens the most is that not only did we lose this area, and it's going to be a minimum of 50 years, if it ever comes back. It could very well, this entire area could turn into a hardwood forest, and that will be, that's opposite what nature set up. Quickly abbreviating or summarizing here, these trees only have a little bit of life left. So as you have mentioned before, Commissioner Gold, the 2.5% or 4,000 acres of 171,000, this is a very clean South Coast, obviously clean operation here to try and get in and get these small trees and get them to market, keep their people working, keep our communities going. So the reason I offer that is the Bear report sometimes some people believe is another waste of $1 million in taxpayer money. And so I want to give them the benefit of doubt. I want to keep working with the Forest Service, especially with the trust that's been built in the last few months. And I want to listen to them and see if it's another kind of rubber stamp deal where a lot of people come in, the ologists with high degrees and really don't accomplish much. You know, the citizens they're going to respond to that, and I don't blame them. But again, we've got a chance here to maybe make a difference. If you could get to that meeting tomorrow, anybody that's hearing me, any of the commissioners, 10 o'clock Fairgrounds, the northernmost building. It should be very educational, but I'm going to be very respectful, polite, but I want to ask some direct questions on where's this headed for the Klondike fire. By the way, it's 167,000 acres. Good chance we can keep this under 170,000 in the next week. I'm not promising that, but it only grew the last 2 or 3 days about 600 acres, which in itself is heartbreaking and staggering. But the biggest day we had was 7,500 acres. And that was about, it would be a month ago 3 weeks ago last Monday. So, yeah, that's all I have on that. Actually, Administrator Schroeder, you mentioned cars. You know, we've got 14 of them there, whatever it is, 12, 13 between 2 different parking lots. So I appreciate that you brought that up.
Just to highlight the fire, by the way, the Taylor fire, which obviously is
still separate. They're probably going to.
But that's 52,935 acres.
Yeah.
So I had those two up. You're way over 200,000.
You might very well see the Forest Service combine those two in terms of, the
reporting.
Klondike. Yeah. They'll do away with the Taylor name. I don't know that for sure, but that's a very good point. I mean, it's 240,000
Yeah,
acres.
it's just not one fire.
It's just amazing. So I'm working with the Joe County Commission, of course, too, on that. They're wounded. They have, as we've said to the Pacific High School students, they have about 22,000 acres of county-owned timber. So they've lost some, and they're trying to hustle in there. And just like South Coast was last year, log what they can, even though it's going to be probably 8 to 10, 12 years early.
Can I just say one thing relative to this? Senator Merkley has put forth a bill that would make it so that there is more emphasis placed on getting rid of the fuels and so forth, and being proactive rather than reactive, and rather than spending all the money on firefighting. They'll spend it on trying to avoid the fires. So.
And that's a very good point. And in terms of the economy of Curry County, a lot of people never would think they would hear me say this, but the Forest Service needs a bigger budget for our county, and hopefully additional people that can work on those fuel reductions. I mean, it's 1,000 people with weed eaters is what we're talking about, but that's part of the whole forest management combination that we are working very hard through the state and the federal government to change those policies. The third thing I have here is I've had a lot of people as I go around the county that suggest, why don't we have evening meetings? So I think at some point I'm going to ask for a workshop on that, how that could benefit the citizens. And you heard it mentioned today, that people might be more able to come. So I want to take a look at that. DEQ, with Roadmaster Christensen, he's been hit pretty hard. I think he's made a tremendous effort to be compliant and to work with the DEQ. At some point, we may need to bring the board together and show him public support so the DEQ knows that we believe that he has really worked hard to dot the I's and cross the T's. You mentioned the Vet Summit, Administrator Schroeder. That was well attended, some incredible speakers. I stayed to the bitter end until almost 5:36. And as you know, I spoke very early on in that, and that was really a tremendous honor. I think you all got, the next one is security here. I wanted to have that as an agenda item. This is fine. But you know, in April, in executive session, I tried to get us to spend what was a rough estimate of $1,000 to have cameras on both levels. And I was turned down by both of you on that. And since then, as you know, we've had 3 specific break-ins. And so once was here, I quickly, a reminder, I was here on a Sunday morning and I walked out to use the restroom, and in this hallway, I could have swore I smelled smoke. No sheriff's deputy available, city police officer come down. I knew him. We walked through one end of this. I'd already gone through one end while I was waiting on him. Every little cubby hole, nobody here. But yet, John Hitt wrote a letter reminding us that somebody did stay in that building, we think, that night. And, or maybe it was the night before, I don't know. But I was very concerned that it was wire smell. Therefore, the place could have been on fire or something. But I was sure of cigarette smoke. You discovered you were here on a Sunday, and I come before you or after you, I don't remember now, but quite a deal. And so, and then we had somebody steal a picture apparently a week ago or something. So we got to tighten up security here, and I want you to bring that back, and I hope the board will support me on that. We should have done it a year and a half ago.
Did you guys, just a clarification, did you guys discuss, like, because I know we're getting no door locks, so that's one thing. You were talking specifically about cameras and recording.
Well, we apparently had, at that time, I think we still do, we had the basics of what we needed to have a couple cameras on each end. I don't know why they were ever taken down. Nobody, that's a mystery that nobody's ever determined, but as far as I know. But it was just a rough idea. So yeah, we could get these cameras back up, might need a few bucks here or there, you know, to have them available. And, you know, once that word gets out, and the reason we did it in executive session was because we didn't want the word to get out, but now we're exposed here. And I mean, can you imagine if this would have burned down? So we need to deal with it as soon as possible if we could. Broadband, I think most of you got a letter on that. There's going to be 18 counties, well, it says communities, but maybe the county could somehow qualify, for study areas, and I think there might be some funding there. And I'd sent a note to IT just to say, can you guys maybe take a look at this, and is that something that's in your purview? Probably it wasn't, but you know, I'd like to see how the county might position itself, or maybe it's just one city. There's going to be 8 within the state. Did you read that? I think I can't remember.
They're
if you
doing a
sent it.
survey. Yeah, they're basically doing a survey. So I asked Daniel to respond to it.
So I think we need to I think we can qualify for that, or at least go through it with confidence, and that might really be a special thing for business and schools and the public in general. So yeah, and then I think the last thing I have here is too early to tell, but I think your hire on David Fortman I think is good, and I appreciate him being in the office. Of course, you know, I want him to be eventually full-time if we can justify that, and I believe we can. So that was a good hire, I think, and that might change. I might change my mind, but I don't think so. Thank you.
No, yeah,
That's
and if you do, I know people call the commissioners. You do that, channel it to Dave, or make sure they fill out the complaint form. The complaint form is under quick links, community information on the website, and citizens complaint. And that's the start of the process, is that form.
And I think we're all very happy that we have a code enforcement officer now, even if it's only half-time. So thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm next. I wrote up a written report on some things that I've been working on in the last couple of weeks. I've been attending quite a number of meetings with the Curry County Transit District, and they just got their STIF application in. This is where all employees in the state are going to be taxed, I think, 0.05 cents for every dollar they earn. And it will go into transportation, but you have to have an application in order to do that. And so what's going to happen, what we decided on as a committee, to increase the services of Dial-A-Ride and bus transportation for Brookings and Gold Beach. And also Saturday bus service is going to be added to Brookings that will enable people to get to various festivals or whatever. And also the county will be receiving more funds for audits and advertising associated with the audits. Just tell you I pushed for that. Okay, also I've been involved with some SCBEC things, so I'm going to give you a few updates there. The workforce development has been very slow in Curry County. Those of you who don't know what workforce development is, this is a training program for individuals who are out of work or unable to work or whatever, and they're looking for more adults and displaced workers to receive the training. They also have a transit part of SCBEC, and it's looking to make sure that connections from Curry County to Coos Bay are timed so that people from Curry County can get to Eugene in one day, so it's not necessary for them to have to spend the night in a motel. Also, the Healthcare Academy, all of these things are under SCBEC, will possibly be offering classes in Gold Beach and Brookings for CNA 1 and CNA 2, and I think that's great that these educational opportunities are available for individuals interested in the medical field. Also, I don't know if you've been reading the newspaper, but there's been some upheaval down at the activity center there in Brookings, and one of the things is I received complaints about the food for Meals on Wheels in Brookings not being nutritionally appropriate, and SCBEC is the one over this, so they are going to be investigating that situation. So that's it for me. Do you have anything, Commissioner Huxley?
Yes. Some questions first. First one for Administrator Schroeder. You'd mentioned, I think it was the last general meeting, not sure, that on the AOC road fund repayment plan that you had passed out or made reference to an email from AOC that they had received a public records request from one of the major newspapers, and that there should be an article coming out. Did you get anything back? I mean, was that basically AOC that you know, go look in your newspapers if you want further information?
I was emailing the interim director back and forth. We've been trying to set up a date where I could have a phone conversation with him to gather information, and I've not been able to accomplish that. He did mention that Commissioner Boyce was at the last meeting where they did discuss it for some time. I don't know if you can shed light on how they got in here, or if you want to provide an email to the rest of us, or...
He's a little busy right now.
Yeah, I know, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I'm sure he'll get back to you.
Yeah.
You know, there's actually 4 different road funds in that whole system, and so sorting that out and understanding it, it's a little complicated, which is how they got there.
Did you pick up any information at the last AOC meeting you went to, or anything I can share?
Actually, you know, I usually pick up 3 or 4 of everything, and I forgot.
Okay.
But I have stuff we can make copies of with
okay. All right.
files. So that's a good idea.
All right. We'll get the information from Commissioner Boyce, and I'll try to continue to hook up with the interim director and try to get more information on that, because I have very little understanding.
Or if there is a news article, you know, somebody just pass the link around. I'm just curious. It was a very large amount, you know.
Yeah, $900
$1 million,
yeah.
rounded off.
Yeah.
On I know the reference made to the updated public records manual. I communicated again with the lead attorney on that just the other day, and got sort of a short, curt email back from him. I'm following up and asking him when it's going to be published, and he still has not received the approval from the Attorney General. That's not an excuse. You know, the Attorney General's had it for roughly 2 months now. So I have the email address for the AG. I'll email the AG and ask, because it was supposed to be out in February. There was a massive change by the legislature where they changed most of or many of the statute reference numbers, which, it's like, what were you thinking? So they have to go back and change every single reference on 400 page or however many pages. It's a nightmare. But anyway, and this is also on a question for Administrator Schroeder on the small claims court status. What is the status on that?
The status on that is Commissioner Boyce was served with the small claims complaint. It has been filed with the court. I had the law firm file it since they can file it electronically. Commissioner Boyce has 14 days to respond to that complaint.
Okay.
So that's where you're at.
Thank you. Now, do you happen to, right off the top, if you don't, not to worry, what the date of the service was? No? Within the last week?
Well, I think it's within the last day or two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, excuse me,
Commissioner Boyce?
just so the public knows, there's two different things here. There's the small claims, which I was served papers day before yesterday, I think. And the other one is, yes, the citation. So it's a little confusing.
Yeah, there's two separate issues.
Yes.
And we might be able to resolve one or the other as we keep going here. So.
Okay.
On the locks status, now that was approved, and this sort of goes to some of the comments on the video cameras, but with the lock system, that was approved a couple months ago or thereabouts.
Hey, they're still working.
What is this? Do you know what the status is? When it's supposed to be complete?
Okay.
No, I can check on that. I know he was not going to order the parts until we sent him a check to buy the parts. And so there's probably a couple week delay for us to get him a check. And then he was going to order the parts after that. That may take whatever, 6-8 weeks to get. I will provide an update to the
Okay, if we
county
could,
board.
because I know it was a very small business. There were no completion dates. There were a lot of real iffy, room for delays on that, because that system will allow knowledge of anyone who is whose key opens, a door, to know the exact time, the minutes and the seconds, the hour, minutes and seconds, when access was made. And that was one of the things that the old system had until they couldn't get the software to do that anymore. But to me, that's way high priority number one on security versus like a camera like they have down at the IT, where it just goes, and if something happens and it hasn't gone past the 20 days or 30 days or whatever it is, that it writes over what was there. That's all it does. It's just fixed. Where, again, we have a lot of technology in this, and it can be done. They don't have to physically go to the doors anymore. They can be done via computer or wirelessly, just as these work wirelessly. So I think if we could. On the quick link on the code enforcement, and I think it's going in the right direction, no question. Even on that, we say, all they have to do is go to the website, click on the quick links, go down. The percent of the citizens that look at the website are minuscule. I think we have the ability to know how many people access the site. I know we do through Revise, but I think it will be minuscule. So again, even on that, I think that has been such a plus, going in a plus direction on this, with all the residents that we've had throughout the county, from north far North County to far South County and Harbor to have something, again, not even a news article, just a notice, or what would the papers do to a little update for the citizens? Hey, this is where we are now.
I might be afraid to ask that question.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah.
It's only on 19 hours a week, so.
Yeah. I'm sure they would get it right. There was no question. But again, I think the more get things like that get out there, the better. And this especially, talk about a hot topic.
Yeah. JJ receives calls that come into the office, and that people have a complaint about something. He'll either email them the PDF or send them one based on their desire. So he walks them through that if they can get to the website. If not, he'll email it. So JJ has been great helping out with that.
So JJ, are you getting lots of calls? Just curious.
I haven't gotten one this month.
We're just beginning.
Probably been 4 weeks, 5 weeks since I got a call.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Boyce, you had something?
Oh, I do have just a couple more things, but I don't interrupt.
Okay, are you finished with your report, or is this relative to?
Not relative to Mr. Huxley's
Commissioner
report.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
He says it's not relative to what you're talking about.
Okay. So that was that. Then the last question, I just so absolutely clear on the discussion that we had on department head meeting schedule, and that the direction was that Administrator Schroeder is to continue with the existing schedule, but has certainly the authority to change that however he chooses. And the expectation being that one commissioner who is on that list for that day is the one that shows up. And is that your understanding? I just want to be absolutely clear on this.
That's my understanding.
And I'm assuming that
was my understanding
Commissioner
too.
Gold and Commissioner Boyce. So my last question, I sincerely hope that I left it in the office. I think that Commissioner Boyce is scheduled for, is there another meeting? No, I think.
I have a meeting. I have a meeting on the 9th, and
who's
Gold is scheduled.
Okay, that Commissioner Gold. So I sincerely hope, Commissioner Gold, that you're the only commissioner that shows up.
Well,
good as gold.
I made it. I made it clear what my opinion was on that.
Could you just restate that, please?
Yeah, I'll retain the right as a commissioner to go to any of the department head meetings, any or all that I possibly can attend, and I won't be silenced anymore by this board.
I will.
I'll take whatever consequences there are there too.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Where are we on the beginning of the meeting? We were talking about attorney fees, and what did we decide on that? We were going to go with counting calls.
I was going to roll that into our budget discussion at the end of the month, so I'll have a report on that.
Yes, that's what you said.
I think it'd be beneficial to get September data in there, and then you can see.
But you do suspect right now we're a couple $1,000s over. I'm not asking you for guarantee on that, but I think that's what you communicated.
And if we're not, we're close.
Okay. Very good. So based on that I couldn't get the building official, I want the public to know that in their interest, I think that they have been harmed in this, and so this is a letter that I'm going to offer you all, and it's my position on, and by the way, at the bottom of the first page there, it says, of course I will treat the new hire with respect. That's been my record, certainly my history. My issue is not with him, okay? The other thing, we have a lot of fire information there. There's an article by the Daily Courier. When you recap what happened at this end of the state especially, but the whole state, when the 103 or 4 or 5, whatever it was, lightning strikes hit on July 15th, very good article. So that's available. And then also on your, the way you've set up the agendas, it's really, not that there's anything wrong with the old system, but it's pretty clean, and I just want to, I appreciate it. I think it's good work. I think it's been effective, and I hope we can stay at this system. unless you improve on it.
Yeah, no, it's, I think it goes really good, and JJ really appreciates it when we have last-minute corrections. He doesn't have to rip apart a 300-page document, insert one page, and then put it all back together again.
Yeah,
It's been very beneficial and time-saving for him.
Took me a couple of tries to get used to it, but it's very, very easy to follow and get done. Thank you.
I just want to then finish because it was clarified to me that I don't think anything's changed with Commissioner Boyce on attending these management meetings, and I would sum that up into insolence, petulance, and narcissism. And those are my final comments, Commissioner.
I don't think we need to call each other names here. It doesn't do
That's what
anybody
he's
any
done
good.
to about 40 people that have worked here. So I will defy you especially, sir. Especially at, well,
Okay,
you're
this
so
meeting is
predictable.
adjourned.
Of course you would cut me off.
You were
That's why
not,
we'll
you
be
were
at the
not
meeting.
recognized to speak.
That was a good meeting, really, actually. Very good meeting, thank you. Council Huddle, you too. JJ, yeah, so-so.
By the way, John, can I pass